Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the next oral session that we have this morning. So I'm Agatha Lapedriza. I'll be the chair of this session, and we will have 5 talks instead of 6. So there are some changes in this session, but anyway. So the first speaker will be Adrià Mallol, and he's going to present the work cough-based COVID-19 detection with contextual attention, convolutional neural networks, and gender information. Thank you, Adrià.
Thank you, Agatha, and good morning, everybody. Can we see the slides in the? Perfect, thank you. So my name is Adrià Mallol. I come from the University of Augsburg in Germany, and today I will present our paper entitled Cough-based COVID-19 detection with contextual attention, convolutional neural networks, and gender information, which we published at INTERSPEECH this year. So COVID-19, what do I need to tell you about? Since the outbreak in March 2020, the WHO reports like more than 273 million of positive cases with more than 5 million deaths. So it's still a current problem, as you know. But nowadays, how are we diagnosing this illness somehow? So we are doing it with PCR tests and antigen tests. But this comes with problems, right? Because they are time-consuming and burden public expenditures. So our research question was the following one. Can we develop AI-based diagnostic digital health solutions to automatically detect patients with COVID-19? So for instance, imagine that you have an application on your mobile phone that you can record your voice, a speech of yours, a breath, whatever, perform some kind of analysis and get back some kind of answer from whatever models. So of course, these kind of solutions would have several advantages. So for instance, it would allow a better monitoring and an early detection of the disease, and also would allow to provide a large-scale cost-effective solutions, as you can imagine. Before going any further, let me introduce my co-authors, Elena Cuesta, Emilia Gomez, and my supervisor, Bjorn Schula. So, yeah, exactly. What we know from COVID-19 is that it affects the respiratory system. This is one of the things that we know for sure. There are several works in the literature that have explored some computer vision-based approaches to detect this disease, for instance, with CT scans or X-ray images. But there is also some body of literature exploring some kind of respiratory-related body sound. So, for instance, with breath, coughs, or even speech. In this work, specifically, we have focused on the analysis of the spectrogram representations of cough signals for these tasks, and our contribution was framed in the context of the diagnosing COVID-19 using acoustics challenge that took place in INTERSPEECH as well. So just to give you a small overview about the data set that we have used, as you can imagine, it's very hard and challenging to get a data set in this context. This data set was collected in India, which can also be a challenge because we don't know how this can be translated into an European country, for instance, in terms of per-linguistic information. So we had like more than 1,000 samples for training and developing our models, and around 200 of samples belong to the test set. As you can see, there is an important bias in terms of gender, as females, let's say in this case, were highly unrepresented. And this also translates into the COVID-19 status. Of course, we get way more negative samples, so from healthy patients rather than examples from COVID-19 affected patients. And the question marks over there are because the test labels were blind to the challenge participants, so we don't know exactly how many of them were there. This dataset was collected in the wild, so basically the researchers collecting the dataset just ask the participants to record a sample of theirs at home, for instance, using their own smartphones. But of course, this comes with several challenges because the different devices might have different sampling frequencies and so on and so forth. However, the challenge organizers distributed the data using the same sampling rate of 44.1 kilohertz. But however, from our preliminary investigation of the dataset, we observed that there were some spectrograms containing the dataset which did not contain any kind of information above a certain range of frequencies, right? So one of the challenges that we face here is that our networks could have learned just to differentiate which spectrograms contain frequencies above a specific threshold or below that. And this is not what we wanted to do, because we wanted to look into salient information to detect COVID-19. So this is why we decided to downsample the speech files into 8 kHz to account for this device dependency. Here you can see a block diagram of the system that we have implemented. So basically, we fit into the network the coughs of our patients, and we get the probability at the output of being or belonging to a healthy or a COVID-19 affected patient. I'll go a little bit through the system. So coughs are a very special signal because, as you can experience already, you cough and then you usually have a specific period of time where there is silence, and then you breathe again. Sorry, you cough again. So one of our initial hypotheses was that this silence could affect the system as well somehow, because there is apparently no information here. So we implemented a root mean square error-based sound activity detector to try to remove the silences in between and just concatenate, let's say, the proper coughs of the patient. And another challenge is that each patient, let's say, recorded a different duration for the coughs. So we decided to frame our examples into 1 second length, and we use a 50% of overlap to create the spectrograms and use them for training. As you can see here, we use a convolutional neural network to extract some kind of deep representations from the spectrograms. And what we wanted to compare here as well is what happened when we used cough-based CNN, which we trained from scratch using the data that we had, or what happened when we used pre-trained ResNet 18 CNN to perform the feature extractor for us. And after the convolutional layer, or this convolutional block, we implemented a contextual attention mechanism, with the aim to highlight, let's say, which were the most salient features, or that could be better or more suitable for our approach. And finally, we just had a couple of fully connected layers to perform the final classification. As well, as you might remember from some previous slides, this dataset was highly imbalanced in terms of gender. So we wanted also to add this kind of gender perspective into our analysis, and we trained 3 different types of models. First, what we call the baseline model, which did not consider any kind of gender information. The second one, which was a gender-based model, which incorporated an encoded representation of the patient's gender at the last, so before the fully connected layers to perform the final classification, and a third model, which was a gender-specific model, which basically means that we train 2 separate models, one for males and the other one for females. Okay, so I don't want to go into the details of the results. These are computed using the area under the curve, just to highlight a couple of results here. So when we use the cough-specific CNN, so the CNN that we train from scratch, what we observe is that the best results were obtained when we remove the silence from the input coughs, as you can see here. And also what you can see here as well is that the gender-based models outperform the baseline as well. So this is an indicative result as well. And sorry, as when we compare what happened when we use the contextual attention mechanism and when we didn't use it, of course the results improve a little bit when we use the contextual attention mechanism. These are the sets of results that we obtained when we use the pre-trained ResNet 18 CNN to perform the feature extraction from us. Here we see a slightly different story. As you can see, when we use the original coughs, so without removing the silences, we obtain better results. Our hypothesis here is that these kind of networks are trained with images. Usually, ResNet 18, for instance, is trained with images. So the network is more, or looks for better or like more intensive gradients somehow. In the spectrograms, the gradients were created or were present actually in the silences actually. So if we remove the silences, we remove somehow the gradients. So we think that this could be a potential reason to explain this result. But what's consistent with the results that we saw previously is that the models that consider the gender information outperform the baseline. So yeah, to conclude my talk, we have seen in this work that the models that consider the gender information outperform the baseline. as specifically the best area under the curve of around 70% was obtained when we used the pre-trained CNN with contextual attention. And as future work, what we would like to do is to fuse the coughs with other respiratory-related sounds, so for instance with breath and speech, to see if we can come up with a more robust representation that's better, let's say, or more suitable to detect or to differentiate between healthy and COVID-19 affected patients. And one of the issues that we think that we had in this study as well is to use a too small window size. So as you might remember, we used like 1 second of coughs and we analyzed it together. So our idea was to enlarge this window size as well. This is work that it's already done, which is currently under the revision. We frame it in the context of the second DICOVA challenge, and we have improved the area under the curve by around 14%. So to finalize, I would like to conclude with some take-home messages for you. There is a huge potential to use digital health solutions based on artificial intelligence. So imagine the power that could have, that you have some kind of pre-screening tool in your smartphones. The respiratory-related signals contain salient information to differentiate between healthy and COVID-19 patients. And finally, what we have observed in this work is that considering the patient's gender help in this task. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thanks, Adrià. Do we have questions? We have time just for one question. Okay, Carlos.
Hi, yeah. Thanks, Adrià, for this very nice talk. So I have one question. It's, could you provide us with some insights about false positive and false negative results?
That's a very interesting question. We didn't include them in the paper because just for comparison purposes with other entries in the challenge, we just focus on the area under the curve. I think that we compare the results in terms of recall and precision as well, but I don't fully remember them. I mean, I would need to check my notes for that. But yes, exactly. It's one of the challenges that we have in this kind of data to try to minimize as well the false negatives, which are the most critical ones.
Okay, thanks, Adrià. Let's thank the speaker again, please. Okay, so our next speaker is going to be Davide Cirillo. He's going to present the work Artificial Intelligence in Cancer Research, Learning at Different Levels of Data Granularity. He's going to be online with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you see the screen, the slides? I guess so. Okay, I'll start by thanking the organizers for making this happen, especially considering this ever-changing situation with the COVID pandemic. So really, thank you. My name is Davide, and I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Computational Biology Group in the Life Sciences Department of the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. And today I'm going to talk about a paper that we published in April this year, titled Artificial Intelligence in Cancer Research, Learning at Different Levels of Data Granularity. This work was also featured in the cover of this issue of Molecular Oncology. And okay, so thanks to the recent advances in the biomedical area, we can nowadays characterize very thoroughly a cancer patient from a molecular and clinical point of view. And so much so that we can actually stratify the population in different cancer subtypes. Not always, but compared to the past, we can do this better now than before. Of course, this must be improved, and artificial intelligence holds the promise of improving patient stratification, especially in oncology. So all this data can be stored in databases and accessed so that we can train artificial intelligence and machine learning models in order to provide better diagnosis, better stratification, and better therapeutic strategies. Each of those different architectures and the learning methods perform, are suitable in a certain scenario more than in others. And these differences heavily depends on a concept that is data granularity. So data granularity is essentially the level of detail observable in the data. And this depends on aspects of the data itself, like, for instance, the volume. We can have small data or big data. Data types, we can have structured or unstructured data like texts and images. The scales, we can have longitudinal data or cross-sectional data. And very importantly, the metadata, so basically the labels that are available and the descriptors of this data. So especially for artificial intelligence in particular, the availability of the data and the size of the data sets are extremely important. In oncology, the landscape of data from a granularity point of view is extremely heterogeneous and extremely scattered. We are now like coexisting with big data and small data that exist in a data continuum. And in the two extremes, for instance, we have large cohorts, genome-wide association studies, clinical trials, and this is the big data. But at the same time, we have also small data, like, for instance, for rare cancers, specific patient subgroups, and even N-of-1 trials. So it would be ideal to enable artificial intelligence to work with all this heterogeneity and regardless of data granularity and being able of leveraging all this information to improve patient stratification. So let's start from talking about big data, and then we slide down this gradient as you will see. So in the case of big data, of course, you might think that this is the ideal situation, especially if you have a lot of labels for the application of deep learning, for instance. And it has been definitely represented a major prompt in the advancement of artificial intelligence in health, in particular in the realm of digital medicine and specifically in digital pathology, so the application to images. Consider, for instance, that 6 AI devices have approval from the FDA, and this is for mammographies and CT scans. 74 digital pathology artificial intelligence systems have been cleared by FDA. And there are currently more than 300 clinical trials that are focusing on artificial intelligence. So, but having like a lot of data, even labeled data, it's not enough. Like, you need a lot of computational power. And like example like this one, like this is millions of simulations of agents, is not possible without a supercomputer, without leveraging the distribution of the computation in many different nodes. And this is what we do at Barcelona Supercomputing Center, is actually the focus of the HPC Exascale Center of Excellence in Personalized Medicine that we coordinate. But again, also a lot of computational power is not enough. You need infrastructures to deal with, to manage this data. And so projects like, for instance, UCAN is one of those examples. This is a project between Europe and Canada for federated data sharing in the ontological field, in oncology field. And but also infrastructure for benchmarking, and in particular community-driven benchmarking, which is of course fundamental for the fair evaluation of artificial intelligence systems. So on top of that, like all those requirements, when you have big data, if you want to apply a personalized medicine approach, no matter what, you will end up having small data. And so the two things are like highly connected. For instance, here is an example. Let's take as an example the TCGA. This is a big dataset, pan-cancer multi-omic dataset that is heavily used in cancer research, and in particular for training model in this area. So if you start disaggregating by specific demographic categories, like for instance between men and women, you will see that there is an equal representation, which is good, and the number like reduces, but are a bit are high enough for training models. Okay, but if you then disaggregate more by, for instance, ethnicity, you will discover that essentially this database is extremely skewed toward white people. So if you want to use this data and then use it, for instance, in the Afro-American population, this is not going to work. Or even worse, if you want to use this data specifically for the Afro-American population, so train a model for this particular population, you will have to deal with all the overfitting and problems of the small data that you can retrieve from here. And this is not just a problem of this specific database. We actually surveyed many others, and the trend, as you can see, is exactly the same. So the take-home message is, okay, you have a lot of data, but if you go down this rabbit hole of precision medicine, which is absolutely necessary, you are going to shrink and shrink and shrink your data. So you have to find solution on how to leverage small and big data at the same time. And this is exactly what we propose in this paper, like possible solutions. And we advocate for a synergy of the different paradigms of learning that are available, that we know of right now. So if you have small and large data sets, for instance, you can apply and make all those different learning approaches cross-talk among each other. For instance, if you have a large data set with a lot of labels, you can for sure apply a supervised learning approach and ending up with a really accurate model. But it doesn't end there. You can then use this model in order, if you have a small data set, and apply transfer learning to for a new task. So, using this model again. If you have only partial labels, you can apply semi-supervised learning, and if you don't have label at all, you can apply unsupervised learning. Of course, you should not naively apply all those approaches with all the data. There are a lot of constraints and limitations and considerations that you have to take into account, and actually encourage you to read the paper, because we really go through all those constraints, let's say. But in general, the overall picture is that this crosstalk can actually happen. And even more, if you consider that the model that you are creating can come in two flavors, you can create generative models. So, for instance, this is important for small data sets, because you can augment the data. And so once you reach enough data points, you can then apply other more data-hungry approaches to this synthetic data set. Or you can go for discriminative model. And this is important for the big data, because you can identify more precise patterns, and so creating more smaller data set, but that are more specific and more precise. So as you can see, the circle is closed, and you can use and reuse those modeling approaches in order to tackle this problem. So this is very theoretical, this is very conceptual, but the question is, does this work in a real life case? The answer is yes. So we recently applied this concept, this approach, for the study of a childhood brain tumor that is called medulloblastoma. So the first thing is that we develop a deep generative model, specifically a variation autoencoder, in order to create synthetic instances of this pediatric tumor. Actually, this variation autoencoder has been equipped with a series of explainable components, so that we can also have a confidence level of the synthetic data generation, and also we can explain how and why this synthetic data generation problems is behaving like it is behaving. And by knowing, for instance, all this information from the explainability, we can actually characterize the four main subtypes of the disease, which are the four that are shown here. Those are called WNT, SHH, G3, and G4. And as you can see, the gene signatures associated to those four types are very specific, are very different. So how can we then use this generative model and make it cross-talk with a discriminative approach? So what we did was basically to augment the data, as I said before, but specifically in a region of the latent space that is the overlap between those two subgroups, G3 and G4, that are the ones that are less characterized from a molecular point of view. In the previous literature, it was postulated that the existence of a new subgroup in between those two, but since this is a rare disease, this couldn't have been validated. But now we can increase the size, we can study and apply, for instance, an XGBoost to those data points in order to characterize and see if we can actually discriminate this new subgroup from the rest. And it worked. And we could identify specific genes, and we could also characterize those genes with functions that make sense in the context of this particular brain tumor. So in conclusion, artificial intelligence is fundamental for personalized medicine, but we have this problem of the small data set, even when we are using big data sets, because we are reducing the sizes when we do intersectional analysis. And so our proposal is to an interconnected integration of different learning techniques that can enable the use of artificial intelligence at all levels of data granularity. So thank you so much. If you have any question, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide. We have time for one question. Do you have any questions? No questions? Okay, I actually have a question. So okay. I think the idea of data augmentation in the medical domain is definitely something very interesting. So one thing I've been always wondering is, so for instance, I come from the computer vision background, and one thing that happens nowadays is that you can train these GANs that, for instance, are able to produce images of very realistic cars, right? And you take a look at these images and you see, okay, these are cars that look realistic, and then I can use this image to train a car detector, right? But with a medical image, you cannot do this kind of intuitive inspection that you do with other computer vision models, settings. So my question is, besides testing to what extent your model, if it uses this augmented data set, works best than when you don't use it, are there other strategies, techniques to know how good is your generator and how good is the data that you create with this generator?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's definitely important, and it's definitely true that in the biomedical field we cannot really inspect visually what we see and interpret this in as we generally do with images or texts, for instance. And this is a big problem in the explainability field in the area of biomedicine. So to answer your question, I would say prior knowledge. So you can essentially assess the reliability of a new patient, of a synthetic patient, by comparing this with the data that you use to train the generative model, first of all, but then also looking at biomedical knowledge that is accumulated. We have a lot of biomedical knowledge that we can represent, for instance, with knowledge graphs, that we can represent in many different ways. And we can use, for instance, but even Bayesian statistics to make this assessment. And this definitely can help you realize if your hypothesis that in this particular case is this synthetic patient is really similar to a real patient. Can I trust this synthetic data? You can assess if this is the case or not.
Thanks for your answer. And let's thank the speaker again, please.
Okay.
So our next speaker is going to be Daniel Mas, and there's been a change in the title of the work he's going to present, and the title is Artificial Intelligence for Population Genetics. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me well? Yeah. All right, thank you for coming. My name is Daniel. I'm working at Stanford University. And today I will give some overview on different papers that we have been working on this year. So I will not focus in just one paper, but just give a very big picture on what the field is about and in which problems we are trying to solve. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with artificial intelligence, but maybe not so much with population genetics. So I will give like 2-minute description on what population genetics is. So population genetics is the science that tries to study the differences between genomic sequences of people or animals or individuals of different population groups. There is a whole industry built around this sort of science. Maybe you know some of these companies, like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, where you send your DNA, they sequence it, and then they provide some ancestry information. Maybe they will tell you you're like 80% European, 20% African. And they also provide some health-related information. Like they might say you have some predisposition to some illness or similar things. It's not unique for humans. There is also a whole industry doing the same for animals. So there is companies that do it for dogs, for cats, and horses. In some cases, as a data scientist, is more useful or more convenient to work with animals because they don't have privacy. They are not controversial, and also they have shorter lifespan, so you can collect basically more data than you could with humans. Okay, so you might be wondering, why do we care about studying these differences? So right now it's an important issue in healthcare and medicine, and it was already mentioned in the previous talk. So more than 80% of the individuals included in genetic analysis are only European individuals, or people with European descendancy, so basically Caucasians from Europe and United States. And then all the Asian populations and African populations are completely dismissed. So this causes problems on the data sets that are created, also the machine learning models that are created and statistical models, but also the drugs and treatments that they develop, right? Some drugs they will work pretty well for Europeans, but maybe not so much for African or Asian populations. So how do we actually quantify these differences between population groups? We use what's called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, which basically are the positions of the genome that are known to change. So between humans, 98% of the DNA is exactly the same. So we never look at that sides of the genome. And we focus on the 2% that changes between people. The way that we work with this data is we always encode it as binary sequences. And we use a 0 if at that position you have what everyone else has, and we use a 1 if you have some type of mutation or you have some variant that is not so common. So the way that the data sets end up looking is this sort of matrices where each blue dot here, it's basically one value that is encoded as a 1, and all the other ones are encoded as zeros. So on the x-axis, you have all the positions on the genome, and on the y-axis, you have different samples, so different people. And you end up having very high-dimensional matrices. That's maybe 100,000 genomic positions per person, or maybe 1 million or 10 million. And they are highly sparse. So you have a lot of zeros, and then some ones popping here and there. And the way that we visualize these data sets is not looking at this, because you don't get much insight, but by doing some dimensionality reduction. So if you take a matrix like this and perform principal component analysis, you get plots like this one. So these are individuals from Europe, and you can see it creates a very nice map of Europe, basically. So the individuals, right here, it's people from Spain and Portugal. If you go up here, they are individuals from Russia and Poland. So you can see it has almost a one-to-one mapping. And this is not just in kind of a continent level, but you can even do it within a country, right? So these people from Spain and Portugal, and I think these yellow dots here are people from Portugal, these purple ones are people from Galicia, and these light blue triangles are people from Catalonia. So you can see there is a clear distinction on different populations, and it's highly correlated with geography. Okay, so now that you got the sense on what the data looks like, I will show some of the techniques that we have developed to analyze the data. So the first problem we've worked on is developing unsupervised clustering. This is widely used by biologists and people in genetics. And the way it works is you provide some input sequence, and then the output is some soft clustering. So it provides some percentage. Maybe it will say it's 80% African, 20% European, etc. And the way you visualize data sets is doing these bar plots, where the x-axis are different people. So each of these bars is one person, and the y-axis is the percentage, basically, and each color is a different group. So like this individual here, it's probably a Latino individual, because it has some like Native American component and some European, very likely Spanish component. Okay, so the two techniques we developed this year, and they were posters here in the conference. They were presented yesterday, so if you got the chance to look at them, maybe you're familiar already. The first one, it's called neural admixture, and we use autoencoders for that. And the second one, we are applying archetypal analysis for doing the clustering. And the benefit of both methods is that they are much faster than competitors without losing any accuracy, and that's becoming very important now with like all the large data sets that are becoming available. The second problem we have been working on, it's basically segmentation of the genome. In population genetics, we call it local ancestry inference or ancestry deconvolution. And basically, instead of providing just one label for one sequence, we provide one label for each region of the chromosome, right? You can imagine the parallel between image classification and image segmentation. And usually you visualize each person by using these sort of plots where you have all the 22 chromosomes. And you can see there's like two lines. That's because one is the copy of the chromosome that you get from your parent, and the other from your mother. And sometimes it's even called chromosome painting, because you basically put different colors to each of the regions. So the two methods we have been developing, one is called genomics, and it's currently the state of the art. It's under review right now. And the other one, it's also a paper being presented here as a poster, I think this afternoon. And it has an emphasis on species transferability. So you can train it on dogs, for example, and then you can apply it on humans, which is very convenient, so you don't have to be retraining networks all the time. Some other problems that we have been working on, it's dimensionality reduction. We have been doing some work in hyperbolical spaces where you get some hierarchical structure, which is very nice to represent population structures. And also we have been doing some work on variational encoders. And this was presented here as a poster yesterday, where we explored dimensionality reduction, but also many other applications, classification, compression, and so on. Okay, now that you got like a picture on how the data looks like, which techniques you can develop, I will show some real-world applications where we take those techniques and apply it to real problems. So we have two ongoing projects. One, we are trying to analyze DNA from date palms, so the tree of dates. And we are trying to get some historical insight by looking at the DNA and seeing how the species migrated. And the other project we have going on, it's trying to predict phenotypes from dogs. And it was also presented as a poster right now, so maybe you just came from seeing it. And the last example I wanted to show is a paper that we have currently under review, where we were trying to analyze the composition, the ancestry composition of the patients that came to the Stanford hospital. So they came over a period of time, they sequenced their DNA, and then we analyzed by using this type of unsupervised clustering which population they came from. And you can get some interesting insights. For example, this green cluster here, it's from Latino populations, so basically Mexicans and Colombians and so on, living in North California, so nearby Stanford. And you can see there is a much higher percentage into the COVID positive, which is the top plot, than into the COVID negative, which is the lower plot. So there was a higher percentage of Latinos getting COVID. And the main hypothesis is that in that area, they tend to have jobs where they are facing the public, so they were more exposed, and then they got more infected. And in a similar fashion, this pink cluster, it's people from South Asian populations, so basically people from India and Pakistan. And in North California, they tend to have tech jobs, like software engineer, so they were working from home, they were less exposed, and that's why we see a higher percentage into the COVID negative than into the COVID positive. And you can imagine using these techniques with, for similar applications and in many settings in medicine and healthcare. And that was all I wanted to show today, so I will take any question.
Okay, so we have time for 1 or 2 questions. No questions? Okay. So yeah, I think that's very impressive work. So maybe one question I have is about the data itself that you work with and the models, because as I said, I come from computer vision. So to be honest, I have no idea how big the data sets are, how big the models are, the models that you train, and how much time the training takes and so on. So how many computational resources you need and so on. So maybe you can comment a little bit on that?
Yeah. So I also come from a computer vision background. So I was trying to always frame it as pixels, but at some point you need to realize that this data doesn't behave like images. And sometimes it's better to think it as basically tabular data, where every position of the genome, its unique feature. And in many cases, linear models tend to work very well. Like sometimes people try to make very fancy neural networks, but logistic regression becomes state of the art. So you cannot really make, because the sequences are so big and so low dimensional, like it's just 1 bit per position, you cannot make extremely large models to deal with such long sequences.
Thanks for the question, for the answer, sorry. Any more questions? That's one question over there.
Thank you. I noticed in the applications that you showed, they were not health applications. It was more about classification of different groups. Can you comment on direct health applications of this? I mean, I imagine developing some new system to do something with health.
Yeah, good question. So in this paper, there were some health-related applications. For example, one thing that we do in the paper is you can look for associations. So basically, you look at each region of the chromosome and look at which population they come from, and look how associated it is with, for example, COVID severity. Right? So you can look which populations at each region of the chromosome have induced more severity or less severity on the COVID response. And then you can use that to look at that part of the genome and see if you can find some causality or so on. And that's kind of the main medical application. And then when you develop some sort of predictors, they typically call it polygenic risk scores. Like you take the genome and try to predict predisposition to some illness. It's usually very useful to provide as extra features all this population structure, because otherwise you might just be capturing biases from the data and not actually correlations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, let's thank the speaker again. Okay, so we have now a change in the schedule, actually. So the next speaker is going to be Miguel Angel, I think, or no? What? You already changed them? Oh, is it? Okay, so that's the correct schedule. Sorry, we had the last minute change, but it's already corrected. Excellent. So then the next speaker is Adrian Galdran, who is going to present the work Balanced-MixUp for highly imbalanced medical image classification.
Hello. Hi. So this is work actually with Miguel Angel, who is going to present next, and with Gustavo Carneiro from University of Adelaide in Australia. And the main thing here is that, as you have been seeing in all the talks in this session, in biomedical applications, we always have this severe data imbalance in which you have many examples of several classes, but then there are some categories that have fewer examples, which is something natural. But it's also very important, and it can be, I'm going to go directly here. It's also very it's particular for biomedical applications, it's also very important because it's normally what happens is that the tail of the distribution is a critical part of your data, because this is where bad things happen. Like you usually have lots of examples of normal people, let's say like healthy individuals, but then when people are sick, fortunately there's fewer sick people, but also this means that in your data set you usually have fewer samples of this kind of data. So normally what happens is that in computer vision papers, in CPR, etc., no one cares about this because people care about top K accuracy and things like that, that really, I mean, in computer vision data, minority classes are not so relevant, but in medical applications you really need to care about this, and what we are doing here is, this is another example in an endoscopy dataset. You see that you can have, these are all abnormal classes, but you can have 1,000 abnormalities of one kind and then only 6 abnormalities of another kind. So you really need to look into this and look into the performance of your system in these fewer examples, because they are from people that have maybe a rare disease or strange lesions that you really need to analyze better. So what we do here is we propose a modification of I will explain this now, of a quite a conventional data augmentation scheme, but applied for dealing with imbalanced data set. So what's MixUp is, I mean, it's been a few years around already. It's a really annoying regularization technique for deep neural networks that should not work, but it actually works. It's the annoying part. So the thing is that you can take 2 different images in your data set, mix them up like linearly, like take 40% of one image and 60% of the other, you add them up. You then take their labels, you add them up also, and you get a new example, which is meaningless, okay? Because you get this kind of silly things in which you are mixing a dog and a cat, and you get something that it's a cat and a dog. And this is an unrealistic example, but it happens that it works well. So it regularizes, because these kind of models usually they overfit very quickly. So because they have so many parameters, they can learn super quickly your data, and then they start memorizing it, and they do not learn anything useful. So these kind of synthetic examples, they help in kind of not confusing, but smoothing the data manifold so that the model does not learn so easily this kind of data. Then this lambda parameter, which is the mix-up coefficient that controls the amount of the proportion of each data point that gets mixed up. This comes from a beta distribution, which means that you have lots of probability near 0 and near 1. So you're not going to create something that's half-half. You normally create something that's 90%, 10%, or vice versa. Now, this, as I said, is good for generalization. It also improves calibration, which means that the model is not so overconfident in their predictions, and it makes neural networks work better. Okay? Now, the second part, the second ingredient in our method is data sampling. So there's common strategies for, because when you train these models, you keep sampling your training data and showing it to the model. And the way in which you sample your data is important for the way in which the model learns the data. So when you have imbalance issues in your data, this way in which you sample the data set is important. There's some common strategies. This is the standard. If you think of this as the probability of sampling different categories in your data, if you now use Q equals 1, this boils down to each point in your data set has a probability of 1 over the number of classes. It means that you sample randomly, completely randomly, okay? But this is called instance-based sampling. Class-based sampling means that you will not sample randomly, but you will sample the same proportion of data points from each class, which means that you are going to oversample a lot the minority class. So if you have like 10 examples of class super strange and 1,000 of class super frequent, you are going to upsample a lot in the minority class and show it more often to the network, which also means that the network is going to memorize quickly the minority examples, okay? This is called class-based sampling, as opposed to instance-based sampling, which is sampled randomly in your dataset. Now, there are other variants, but anyway, the point is that what we do here is we pick these two different techniques for sampling, the standard random sampling and the class-based sampling, and we combine it with MixUp. So we modify MixUp so that you sample one image in a random way, another image in a class-based way, and then you mix those up. And this has the effect of combating imbalanced data. Okay? So if you can think of this as the normal sampling in which there are 3 classes, you can pick up, regardless of the frequency, you pick up randomly. Okay? This would be class-based, in which you would pick with the same probability of each class, repeating, if necessary, examples so that you can oversample. Okay? And then with balanced mix-up, you would create new data that more or less makes things even in terms of frequency of data, but also creates new data. So you don't need to oversample the same example once again and again, so you avoid memorizing minority class examples. Okay? And if this is very simple to implement, then it's hard to explain why it works, but the point is that it works. By the way, we also use this, we replace the beta distribution for the probability of sampling from each of the ends of the dataset by a simple beta of alpha 1 distribution, which means that we put we put more probability near 0, which means that you are most likely going to sample a mixing coefficient near 0, which means that you are going to use normally more examples, more instance-based sampling than oversampling, okay? Because this helps in avoiding overfitting the minority classes even further. So, well, this is some boring training details that I'm not going to enter in because they are kind of how you train the neural network not really interesting. Anyway, we train the different CNNs with different mixing coefficients to see how it impacts the results on these 2 problems. One is this that I showed before. It's about finding out if a person has diabetic retinopathy by looking at the retina, at the back, the fundus of the eye, the back of the eye. So you can take a picture of that part of the retina and look for signs of diabetic retinopathy. So normally you have lots of healthy individuals, and then you have people that have less severe DR, and then fewer people that have normal DR, and then as you progress in the spectrum of severity of the disease, you have fewer and fewer people. Okay? And this is very usual in this field. And you also use it in this gastrointestinal data set. Well, these are all class-based sampling, instance sampling, which are the ones that I explained before, and then some state-of-the-art methods to deal with data imbalance. And then this is balanced mix-up. This thing, the point here is that here and also in the other data set, the way in which you measure performance is the way in which you reveal if there's a problem or not. I mean, if I only look at accuracy, I'm not going to see any problem in my performance. So you really need to look at different kind of metrics that people do not usually look, like quadratic kappa, Matthews correlation of coefficient, or in this case, this is another, in this case, balanced accuracy that weights different classes equally when you compute the accuracy. And you can see that if you measure performance in that way, using balanced mix-up gets you some improvements. Okay? And this is something that not many people in computer vision take into account, but we really care in these kind of applications. So just to summarize, this is something that we should be looking at in biomedical applications because, as you saw before, in the COVID case, we have left 1,000 examples, or maybe in the population genetics, we have like very few rows in our table. And this idea is not specific of computer vision. So we introduced this to show that we can learn better if we take into account data imbalance. The code is there if you want to have a look, and this is part of a broader project that we have now on quantifying uncertainty in biomedical image applications. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we have time for maybe 2 questions. Any question?
So thank you for the nice presentation. My question is whether you thought about using the same analogy, but not for image classification. For example, for protein sequences, because we have the same problem with imbalanced data set, but for genomic or protein sequences.
Yeah, so this I said before, this is not specific of images. I mean, this is a machine learning thing. You can take your samples and mix them up. And I mean, people mix them up at the input level, like add up images or maybe add up intermediate features, whatever you want to do. You can apply this with a speech or with tabular data, I don't mind, you name it. So I don't think there's a limitation. We focus on this because we work on medical imaging, but I don't think it's specific for that application. Thanks.
Okay, and more questions?
Because your project is part of uncertainty quantification, what is the relation of this work with uncertainty?
Yeah, we are starting to look into how uncertainty is impacted by data imbalance. So, are you more uncertain on minority class examples than on not majority class? Things like questions like this that people often overlook. Like, what's the relationship between having more or few examples and being more or less uncertain? Is your model better calibrated for majority class examples? Maybe that's unfair, these kind of questions.
Okay. Any more questions? No more questions? Okay, so thanks. Let's thank the speaker again, please. Okay, so now our last speaker is going to be Miguel Ángel González, and he will present re-identification and growth detection of pulmonary nodules without image registration using 3D Siamese neural networks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. What I will present today is part of the work of the thesis of Xavi Rafael, who just defended recently. And I will actually talk about two different works that are related. The first one is re-identification and growth detection of pulmonary nodules without image registration using 3D Siamese neural networks. And this is a collaboration with EURECAT and Hospital Vall d'Hebron here in Barcelona. So, you know, lung cancer is a bit the global topic of the PhD, and we were very interested in detecting lesions and quantifying them, so giving a bit an idea of the characteristics of the cancer, right? In particular, we were very focused on the temporal evolution, and this is something that is, I wouldn't say it has been totally overlooked, but it's something that is not fully addressed in existing systems, and there is no system nowadays that fully addresses this. A traditional way of dealing with this is image registration. So, of course, you can take the image in instant one, the image 6 months later, and register them. Compute a dense 3D deformation field that tells where each voxel goes in the other image, right? Of course, this is a challenging thing because patients are not all the same. They breathe, hopefully, and the position in the scan is a bit different as well. And because of the regularization of the deformation field, you can introduce also some artifacts in the shape of the tumor, which is what you want to quantify. So we took inspiration from a different paradigm that is quite common in computer vision, that is the idea of re-identifying objects. So when you have an object in an image and you have another image, trying to identify corresponding things. And in particular, we took an approach using Siamese neural networks. So Siamese nets, as many of you know, are based on having like parallel networks, two networks, with common weights. Okay? So they are fed with two images, right? And you see on top that there is a common head that kind of combines the outputs, right, into a global distance measure, and they are trained usually with contrastive loss. Okay? What we did in particular is we took two backbones, taking ResNets, 3D ResNets, because we always have to deal with 3D images in our case. And we saw also different comparisons of a bit ablation study of what sort of combination and what sort of architectures make most sense for this application. So not just taking the output of the average pooling layer, but actually taking the embeddings at different scales, because this gives like information of global shape, texture shape, etc., and seeing a bit also how to combine this information. So basically the base architecture is the basic head here that you see here. So it flattens all these inputs and then computes a distance. But we also proposed different heads. For example, this one adds a fully convolutional block at the output with the idea of trying to recover more, let's say, nonlinear patterns of the relation. Or because we have this flattening layer that basically kills the spatial coherence of the information in the image, adding another CNN in the output that kind of tries to preserve this information. Okay? And finally, another one that is able to also incorporate additional information if we want to add like clinical values, things like that, into the classification. Okay? We always have problems with data. Every time we do a presentation, like now Adrian was saying, we always have very imbalanced data. We have very few images. It's always a pain, right? In particular, in this case, we were very lucky with the collaboration with Valdebron. We usually have luck with the collaborators. And even so, our data set is 150 patients, right? And this is, I can tell you, this is worldwide a really, really, really good data set, okay? Because time sequences of patients is not so common. We did, like I said, a number of different configurations, ablation studies, etc. But for the sake of it, I'm just going to browse very, very, very fast through the results and jump a bit to other work just to give a gist of the different types of things that we do in our group, right? One thing I didn't mention in detail yet, just before passing to the other work, is how we identify these patches. Because you saw in the beginning when I was showing this slide that I was giving us input patches in the image. So we have the nodule at time 0, or time 1 that we call it here, and then we want to match two different locations in another image, right? So to find candidates, what we did is propose an architecture based on 3D faster RCNNs that is able to kind of identify candidates' regions and then feed them to this network. So in the end, we had a kind of end-to-end pipeline where you put full images and then you end up with the registration and quantification, whether the tumor grew or not, right? Details are in this other publication that I mentioned here. So to conclude this first part, this is a lung nodule re-identification method. So of course, the good thing is that it's very fast. You don't have to do this very expensive image registration, non-rigid image registrations. And the data itself is also an added value to the community because it's an interesting data set. And well, of course, this type of approach can be applied also to other type of diseases. The second part that I want to present is also related to it. It's not a completely different. And it's also work that was done by Xavi Rafael with the same team. And this is very much related to things that we saw yesterday. For example, there were a couple of presentations on predicting the future, right? In videos, in sounds, etc., trying to predict what is going to happen next. So what we wanted to do is we also have this idea of temporal evolution of the tumors. But instead of comparing two images of different time points, we want to do a bit of, let's say, magic and say, okay, we have an image at one time point only, and we want to predict in the future, in 6 months, in 2 years, in whatever, what is the likely evolution of this nodule, right? Of course, this is a preliminary study because the number of data sets we have to train these sort of models is too limited, and the variability in the tumors, you can see here, some of them are next to the wall, some of them are small, some of them are big. The evolution of the tumors, they have to do a lot with different variables that are very multifactorial and stochastic. But what we want to do is propose a prediction of the evolution of the nodule, and also quantify things like uncertainty in the prediction that we do. See if we can generate sort of dense maps of which areas are more uncertain or not, right? And also take into account inter-observer variability, because we have data for training that includes annotations from different radiologists as well. And you see here, for example, overlaid on the images in different colors are the contours provided by 3 different radiologists for the same nodules. And factoring out the uncertainty you have in the prediction and the uncertainty you have derived from the variability that is in itself in the annotations is also a very interesting topic, I think. So prediction of the growth of nodules or of cancer in general has been approached in different ways in the literature. Some of them are analytical models, like this type of reaction diffusion models, or agent-based simulations that take into account like metabolic activity, growth factors, etc. More on the deep learning side, recently, like very recently, there have been a number of approaches. All of the ones that we found so far are deterministic, so there is not a quantification of uncertainty in the output. As usually, the data is very scarce, and the performance was a bit limited. This, for example, is another deterministic approach, but the time to predict in this case was very limited because it was for radiotherapy, so they were comparing the evolution between radiotherapy sessions, and this is just a span of weeks, so the variability expected is very small. And also it was based on recurrent neural networks, so it required having 2 time points at least to then be able to predict a third one, yeah? And without the possibility to specify how far in the future you want to predict, right? Which is something that we wanted to do. A bit similar for this one, you couldn't incorporate the time to predict, or this one, this is the last one that I mentioned, that this one interestingly incorporated some sort of notion of uncertainty, so that's very interesting. But again, you needed 2 time points to be able to predict a third one, which is something we wanted to do, yeah? So we wanted to take into account also inter-observer variability, uncertainty, etc. So be able to specify how far in the future we want to predict, from one single image, and output also an uncertainty map, output the probability of growth, output an estimation of size, a distribution actually of sizes, and output the segmentation in the future, right? So we have nothing in particular, no obsessions for Siamese or twin things, but this is based on actually having 2 units, basically. We took inspiration from a work that is the hierarchical probabilistic unit from Cole and Baumgartner as well, that is based on having these twin units. In particular, these are based on 3D U-ResNets, actually. And they have, let's say, 2 components. Yeah? One that is trying to model the prior distribution, another one that is trying to model the variational posterior distribution. Both of them, they receive contextual features. You see here, TDIF would be the time to predict. Okay? And D0 is something that experimentally we found interesting because in the input data, we always have a quantification of the diameter at time 0. So the radiologist looks at the image and gives an estimate of the diameter. And we found that this improved marginally the results, but we thought, well, why not? I mean, we have it. We inject these conceptual features in the latent representation of the encoders. And then other things that we added on top of this architecture, we added some soft attention blocks because they are trendy as well, but also because, well, they kind of help in suppressing features that are a bit irrelevant and help detecting subtle variations in the nodules. The learning loss, this being a variational optimization approach, is a lower bound, as we see here, that is measuring with a Kullbaum-Leibler divergence, the difference between the posterior and the prior. And we also tuned a bit the loss in order to take into account both the intersectional overunion of the segmentations and the information of the diameters with an L1 loss. Okay. Now, the nice thing of these approaches is that it has latent blocks at the different hierarchical levels. So we have kind of a way to manipulate at different resolutions. And it is stochastical. It's a bit like a variational autoencoder where you can sample, right? From the latent space, you can sample. So this, when you run the network, you can get a population, let's say, a set of potential segmentations, a set of potential diameters, and then build your PDF, your probability density function, of what are the likely segmentations or the likely volumes, etc., of the tumor. Right? So we did a bit of post-processing based on Monte Carlo running the framework 1,000 times and getting statistics, right? This is data from the training data that we used. I will go through it a bit faster. As I said, we didn't quite find something that is exactly this in the literature. So what we did is compare to a kind of alternative architectures. And to do this, we took base architectures like the URAS-Net, Bayesian test dropout architecture, the probabilistic unit, but not the hierarchical one, so the one that only has one latent space, and a peaks-to-peaks type of GAN. And we modified them to also take into account these temporal features, D0, et cetera, for a fair comparison. Otherwise, it's not possible to compare. I'm not going to spend time looking at the exact numbers. Just to say that, well, the results are promising, and of course, it's something to continue. But what I wanted to show, just to conclude, is some examples, right? So this is the type of things we have. We have in the left, this is the tumor at time 0, right? And we have the annotation of one of the experts, right? These are 3 different cases. This is why we have 3 rows. The third column, this PR mask 1, is actually one of the proposed segmentations that we get out of the network, so the proposed, let's say, evolution of the tumor in the future. And the last column, T1, is actually the ground truth in the future at that time, and we're able to compare if the prediction was good or bad, let's say, right? You see also there is a column that is uncertainty. This is an uncertainty map that is generated by the framework, so we're able to hopefully see which areas are a bit more uncertain. And what we see there, the histogram is actually the histogram of diameters that we get out of all the samples that we generate. So we are able to do a kind of a stochastic or statistical analysis, right? This is the good, and this is the ugly. So these are some cases that actually didn't quite work so well. This one is a very challenging case because it's very close to the wall of the lung. And you can see that the future evolution at the end, it's very elongated. And the prediction we got in the middle is more like rounded. But again, we're dealing with very little data to train this, and well, it has its limitations. And finally, we had this data in the bottom that it was giving the wrong prediction. But looking closely a bit at the data, we actually found that the annotation that we had from the expert at time 0, it looks like really big. So somehow the method was actually predicting that there is growth, but the ground truth was saying that there wasn't. And we think that actually the annotation at time 0 was a bit overestimating the volume, and this could explain things. So to conclude, yeah, we worked on this framework that is uncertainty-aware, hierarchical probabilistic network to forecast lung tumor growth, predictive segmentations, probability sizes, etc. Things that we want to do is, well, of course, train with larger data, things like disentanglement. We want to take into account what I was saying, so the variability between annotators and the variability that is, or the uncertainty that is from the method. Now what we do is we take different annotations and we put them all together in the training, but this is not a way to actually take them separately. So we want to do some sort of disentanglement of this type of uncertainty. And I think I'm kind of out of time, so I'll shut up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have time for one question, actually. Someone has a question? Oh, doesn't matter. Okay.
So, well, thank you. Great work. My question is quite general. What do you think about the application of these models in a doctor day-to-day's work? And do you think that we are far away from that, or what are the next steps that we need to do in order to help the doctors with these kind of models? Thank you.
So thanks for the question. This is, of course, a very crucial question in our type of work. I would say the first part, when we were quantifying in 2 time points, detecting things and quantifying the evolution, this is close to use, and this was the idea, actually, to use real data and validate that it works. So that is more mature. I think it's there, basically. The second part was much more speculative. And I believe here, to be honest, this type of work was purely data-driven, right? But part of our group is developing mechanistic models, so it's doing simulations and things like that based on more classical type of approaches. And I firmly believe that the future of this type of work is in combining both approaches, because you cannot just train in all possible configurations of all possible shapes of tumors of all possible patients. It's just not going to happen, right? Incidentally, I think that this is also the future for computer vision, but that's a different topic. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Miguel Ángel. Let's thank the speaker again, please. Okay, so with this, we conclude this, this oral session of Life Sciences. Thanks everyone for attending, and just let's thank the speakers again one more time. Thank you.
Good, so with this, we begin the last session of this morning. You can set up the computer. It's going to be the second of our career session by Glovo, Data Science. And, okay,
hello, can you hear me?
Okay, just in case I will advance while he sets up. Today you will also have lunch if you want at the computer science restaurant. That's later we put them up, but that's the way how it works, that when you leave you can get a sticker that today it's going to be pink, and you just deliver the sticker to the bar, and then you can get a sandwich and a drink with that. Okay? If you don't know where to go, you can ask the volunteers. You can already get your ticket if you want now.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I think so.
I wonder.
Just get.
Sí, ahora funciona. Sí. Vale.
Okay, so I'll leave you with Dr. Adrià Salvador, who will tell you about the opportunities at Glovo.
Hi, everybody. While we get some internet, I'm going to start. This happens that things work first, but just a second. Maybe we can try it wrong. So thank you all for coming to our talk. Yes, perfect. Today, I prepared a presentation for you, thinking a little bit about what you would be less familiar with being researchers, and focusing on things that I think will surprise you a little bit or show the difference that there is between essentially practice at high volume in industry and research. You will see that one of the things I want you to come out of this talk is realizing how core to the business of many companies ML is. And by this, I mean many companies, including ours, if we wouldn't have lots of really high volume APIs serving ML predictions all the time, we wouldn't be able to make any money and we wouldn't be really sustainable. So my name is Adrià Salvador. I lead the data science core team at Glovo. This is a team we started recently, a couple of quarters ago, and our objective is to try high risk, high reward methods, like a bit more state-of-the-art methods, to put them in production in our ML stack, and also to collaborate a bit more with research, to sponsor conferences like this one, etc. So probably you will hear more of us as the time comes. Glovo has not been publishing a lot initially because we were a startup, so we were full gas into putting things into production, full focused on that. But now we already have over 2,000 employees, and we are ready to go out to the world and start really, sharing a lot of what we do. And you will see what we've done during these years. So this is the index. We will start with the Glovo story. What's Glovo? I suppose many of you in Barcelona already know, but I want you to think of Glovo a bit differently of what you think now, because many people think Glovo is equal food, but this is not really the mission of the company. This is not really where we are moving. And the way or the path we are taking really gives a lot of different ML challenges associated with them. For example, we're going to be serving, and we serve groceries, which means much bigger orders, which means things such as how big the order is and using AI. So what we do now is everything that is in the city, like from small stores to big supermarkets to a coffee store to a flower shop, should be available to you through our app. So it's just putting the catalog, the physical catalog in the city over your phone. Okay, so that's our mission. And a little bit on scale, and here I think it's very interesting from a data science perspective, because we operate in over 22 countries. I think now it's about 27. But interestingly, we operate over really different environments. So, for example, really cool countries, cool I mean cold countries, such as, for example, Poland or the Ukraine, countries with infrastructures that are, let's say, more occupied and a bit more in development, such as sub-Saharan countries, also northern African countries, southern European countries like Spain. So all our models really have to generalize a lot. And also this volume means we have really quite large, I would even say huge data sets to use. So we have over 60K couriers, over 30 million customers, or 115K stores and restaurants. Every of these numbers really means there's a huge data set behind, right? So any case, any task that you can do to that data set, we have enough data to do. Data is not a problem, volume is not a problem for us. We have other problems, as you will see. So I'm going to explain a little bit where we use our algorithms. So I know you are, technical people. You like to go to specifics, and me too, actually. So where are our algorithms used? And it depends a bit on the customer of the algorithm. So we have external customers, like customers, meaning people that order to the app. And here you have, for example, the regression algorithms that tell you, oh, it's going to be between 10 and 20 minutes when you are scrolling through the app. And this happens also in other delivery apps. We also have recommenders, sorting algorithms, chatbots, so the typical stack that you would find in a modern-day tech app. Then we have our internal users, which is all our logistics use case, which is internal algorithms that consume the outputs of ML algorithms. This is very related to logistics and also to marketing optimization. Then our partners, to which we provide the estimated time that the courier will arrive, and our couriers, to which we also provide some estimations, such as the preparation time. So a bit more down to the specifics. Where are these APIs, where are these models used? This is a typical journey of an order. I'm not going to go super in detail, but basically you activate it, and at some point, when it's assigned to a courier, it's split in two. One, which go in parallel. One is on the partner, either on the restaurant or on a store, and where they prepare the order. And the other is on the courier side, right? So in order to have optimal allocation of these orders, and this is just an example of a set of algorithms and where they are used, we need algorithms to estimate times for each of these steps. So in this case, in just the logistics side, since the order is created until it's delivered, we have over 12 supervised algorithms, some reinforcement learning edge cases, just as multi-arm bandits in real time, that are fetching a linear optimization algorithm, which is our matching algorithm, which allocates the best courier to each order. So you have one message I want to give you, I'll give you later on as well, is the huge volume you need here, because these algorithms are matching, so these are combinatorial algorithms. You have to know how long for each order each of the available couriers would take to arrive to one place. So you need to create quite large amount of queries to some of these time models. So, and these at really like every X seconds for every city that we operate in over 1,000 cities. So this is just an example of a lot of, in this case, regression models that are now being used as we speak, now that it's nearly lunchtime, at really, really large volumes. So other areas are part of time estimations, as I said, content ranking, fraud detection. Also forecasting is huge in us. We need to really be able to predict demand very well in order to allocate openings for our couriers, for example. And also, well, this will be before an order. For example, also recommenders, which I think I haven't included here. And it's really important for us as well. And after an order, things such as predictions of when a customer might be leaving the app, like you can see when somebody is ordering less and less, and try to have an estimate on that. After sales service, quality control for our franchises that one of our vertical operates. So these are other use cases. Another thing I wanted to add here, because I'm sure some of you might not be acquainted with it at all, is tooling. So here, probably we have some of the best theoreticians or researchers in deep learning in Barcelona, but it's possible that you have never seen some of these technologies. And this is because you only need this really when you need to put this neural network that you train or this boosted tree in production at really high volume. So this is our tooling stack. We have a machine learning platform, which you can imagine that it's a series of repos with continuous integration, continuous development. But essentially, we have our own, for example, sklearn-based estimator, but the Glovo-based estimator. And it's like an sklearn-based estimator, but in steroids, that connects with our databases, that has a few methods that help us connecting with our production infrastructure. Then we use AWS for us to train and serve our models, but we actually used Argo to orchestrate our training jobs. This is a Python native scalable orchestrator, so we went from Jenkins, which is very classical in the industry, to Argo. And then we deploy using Kubernetes, which is the technology that you use to scale these APIs up and down as your requests scale. Otherwise, you get ruined paying for all these nodes that are up but not really getting used. So this is very crucial to be able to serve machine learning in a way that's economical. And we monitor these APIs using a tool called Datadog. And for quality and monitoring, we use Great Expectations and Mona. This is our tech stack. There are other combinations, but I think it's really interesting to see what different companies use in order for probably some of you might either start a startup or go to industry, and we'll have to make some of these decisions as well. OK, so what it means to have a lot of data. Just a little bit of what do we mean by a lot of data. And in a week, we serve over 2 billion inferences. That's API calls to mostly supervised models. 2 billion, this is batched. So in reality, it's between 20 and 200 billion inferences in a week. So that can mean sometimes 500K a minute, which is really very good. It's a lot. It helps you a lot with significance. I'll explain later. We have over 37 models hosted that we're expecting to double by 2022. We're also doubling the team. So that's why we're here partially as well. So we expect to triple our inferences over the next 9 months. Sorry, this thing is... Can you still hear me? Yeah? Cool. Everything is batch, as I said. And one little thing, some of you might think, OK, this is supervised regressors, a lot of it. Why are you A/B testing things? And the reason is we have some models that are censored. So some of the elements, some of the samples aren't labeled. And also, we have a lot of complicated second-order effects, such as customer satisfaction, such as the effect of fetching a model into the optimization algorithm. So we need to actually test these models in real time, even if they are supervised models. So a little bit on statistical significance. This is not real data, but this is data at the real scale of the type of things that we work on. This would be, imagine a regressor, and when I'm plotting on top there, it's mean absolute error. And a very significant improvement for us would be about half a second improvement in mean absolute error of one of our regressors, which is, it seems like little, but when you aggregate over millions and millions of volume, it's actually a lot of money and a lot of impact. So are we able to measure that? How many calls a second you need to measure that if you're sampling at a minute rate, which is something that we can do. Obviously, we can sample even faster than that. And, well, this is a typical, square root of n example, no? But you can see here that when you start having APIs with really high volume, you can really, let's say, separate that signal at really fine time scales. And you might wonder, well, why do I care about that? I can just integrate over time. Yes, you can. But often, you have the problem, especially in logistics, especially in the real life, that the sample mean and the time mean are not the same. This is a thing that happens, for example, also in statistical physics. And I think it's called non-heterostatic models. Maybe somebody can help me, but it has a name like that. And for example, this is an example also synthetic, but it's very similar to what we have. So here you have a periodic signal, which could be breakfast, lunch, and dinner, for example. And you could very much have an estimator that's biased, that you are seeing it's over or underestimating. But in reality, it's underestimating, for example, if it's preparation time, it's underestimating when the restaurant is empty, because they can go, when the restaurant is busy, because the restaurant doesn't have time to prepare at its normal average, even informed by the features, and overestimated when it's empty. So in order to address this, and examples such as sensor data, as I explained, and complicated secondary effects, our routing team developed the possibility of deploying in real time, in real life, multi-arm bandits models, and also contextual bandits models, and also some reinforcement learning initiatives which are now in development that go further from contextual bandits. This is not a lecture on multi-arm bandits, nor am I an expert, but for those that don't know, this is an algorithm that its classical example is in a casino. You have 10 euros. You want to maximize the return over these 10 euros over several machines. So each machine is an arm, and then there's an optimal policy of exploration and exploitation of the machines to maximize the return that you spend in a casino. So here, each arm is a model or a variant of a model. And you don't have 10 euros, but you have 10 API calls or a volume of customers. And you have to redirect this volume to the most optimal arm. If it's contextual, even switch if you want in real time, informed by the features, while keeping good signal in real time, because you're taking these decisions in real time. So this is what it means to have high volume for companies like ours, that we can use methods like this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to, because we wouldn't have the signal to see it. All right, so very short on matching, because I think it's very interesting, very not talked about. It's operation research, linear optimization, et cetera. We have a huge dependence on it and a department that works just on it. And what's really nice here and applied to deep learning is that they built a simulator. And here you have, for example, Barcelona, and you have events of start in blue, pick up of the order in red, and green customer. So I'm sure your minds, of those that do deep reinforcement learning and similar things, can start thinking what you can do, because when you have a simulator, you can try much more things and actually really apply reinforcement learning in its full extent. So that's also quite something that we think is very interesting from an R&D perspective that we have now in-house and we want to play more with. Okay, so a little bit on deep learning, as this is the LBCN, and I suppose that's what most of you are more interested on. So where do we use it? So we're building some methods to do search using deep learning with the NLP. So we would do our queries would be embedded using NLP methods. We also use it, this is already in production for a while, for our catalog tagging. So we need to tag, if you order something, is it a burger, is it not a burger? So far, this is done with text, but we want to input image here because we operate in so many countries, and a burger looks like a burger everywhere. However, the description of a burger can change a lot. You have partners that say that La Magnifica. What is La Magnifica? If there is no description, you don't know if it's a burger or not, but then you see the picture in the app, you say, okay, it's a burger. Or you read the burger place, you understand it's a burger. But this scale to Africa, Ukraine, Belarus, it's really a complicated problem. And it's really important for us to know what we are selling in really granularity and in real time. So we also do some image processing of our image catalog. I'll explain something of it later. We are working on deep RL agents and recommender systems, deep learning-based recommender systems, not the typical collaborative filtering ones. We're exploring, and also to learn over graphs, which we have some graphs in production, for example, for a fraud team. Okay, so as I said, we process a bit our image data sets and have done already some tasks. This is for the poster I presented before. I'm not going to go super deep into it, but things that we can do, things such as text image retrieval, conditional image generation, which is actually very applied for us, as we know that restaurants, that having at least a drawing or some indicator of what's the food item is really important for people. Not everybody knows every dish of every culture, or, and you want to know more or less what you're ordering. And also, you could train a more general image generation algorithm. We haven't done this last one yet. So I'm going to close this and then open it for questions. This is just a fun thing. So Pons, who's around here, took 2.5K samples, which is not a lot, to show that we could train conditional GANs with our data set. And we can scale this N much larger, but we didn't want to burn GPUs just to show that you can train a GAN. And this is a conditional GAN that on top you have 4 cheeses, on the bottom you have pepperoni pizzas. And you can think which ones you think are real. There are 4. Those that are in image, there are some. This is chosen to not be that hard because this is one event that's very typical of GANs that you probably can observe here that gives you a tip. So think about it. I have 2 minutes. I'm going to wait 10 seconds. All right, so hands up who got them right. Nobody got them right? Does somebody know what's one of the tricks here? Or what's the event that you can observe? Well, probably you do, but you're shy. So you have some mode collapse, right? In 2, 4, and 5, it's a very similar pizza. And yeah, there are some tricks that, like, I don't know if a GAN could come up with such an ugly pizza, So yeah, that's basically it. We have some time for questions. Also, by the way, very importantly, we are hiring. We're doubling the team. If you come to work with us, you will, I think it's a very competitive learning environment and also very competitive salary and conditions. It's fun. You can meet anybody in our team. We have a few here. Talk with them or reach out to anybody in LinkedIn. You will hear, I think, from everybody that it's really fun to work with us. And we have some internships as well. We are rolling out next quarter. You can either access directly our jobs webpage or mail me. And if somebody is more senior researcher, we're also looking for a staff data scientist, so somebody with already a PhD and some experience to pump up a bit our research initiatives. So yeah, we are good in time, and if you have any question about it, please feel free.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was going to ask for the people that might intend to be hired, how important it is to know everything related to production, like the whole pipeline and everything that you were explaining at the beginning, to know that before arriving.
It's a very good question, and it depends a lot on the seniority level. If you never work, meaning if you never work for a company, we understand that you don't need to know a lot on production stack. We appreciate if you took a look. And we will focus more on coding, and if you have a GitHub repo, etc. In reality, what we really care is that you know how to code in Python and that you have a solid understanding of machine learning. So, and these are positions, if you apply as data scientist, we have more specific positions such as backend engineers and machine learning engineers, where yes, you're expected to know in much more detail the stack. But for data scientists, we are focusing mostly on coding and theory. So it wouldn't be a problem in that sense. I think there's...
Hi, thank you very much. So right now, you said that you're doubling your team, so you're hiring. Have you had so far found any difficulties in finding more specific profiles? Like you have maybe many more applicants for a specific profile of people, but maybe you are having more trouble finding someone who's more specialized in a specific task or anything like that. So would you say that there are gaps in finding people for more particular things? And so for someone who maybe is planning to apply or hire, but maybe would say, oh, okay, maybe I should be more specific about what I can do, or maybe I could take that opportunity to try to apply for that. What would you say there would be more opportunities?
That's a good question. I mean, to be honest, that in this field, the hardest thing to find is an experienced person in production and MLOps. Because this hasn't been going for that long, there are very few companies that do production at this scale, for example, in Spain, and also in the world, and it's super competitive. That's the profile that's harder for us to find. But we have to double the team. Like this is like, it's not like, I think basically any experienced data scientist with more or less broad knowledge, that is not super specialized in a single task, and that knows how to code, is already a huge asset for us. So I wouldn't think, oh, because I am really good at NLP and maybe, I don't know, I think that Glovo has a lot of people that know NLP, I wouldn't apply, because I think we really have positions open really across the board, from operation research to NLP to, I mean, vision is maybe a bit smaller in our company, but yeah, so I wouldn't see it that way. It's true that if you know a lot of production and you work 10 years or, I don't know, a big company at this type of volumes, and on top you're a very good data scientist and et cetera, then call me, because it is hard to find. I think there was one there, no? Oh, sorry. No. Adrian.
Sorry, just to add to what Adrià said, we have one very particular position open, although, yeah, generally we are definitely looking for, like, let's say, the breadth of skills and then the proof that some of the, that you have worked in a particular field deep enough and can prove that you have enough knowledge. But we have one very particular position related to search. So if some of you have experience with search techniques, let's say semantic search and stuff like that, so yeah, we will be very happy to talk to you.
All right, if somebody has any other question, you can also reach me personally afterwards and email us. Perfect. No.
Thank you, Adrià and Glovo, for sponsoring this event, and this closes the morning session. Now it's time for lunch. I remind you that we have the second of the keynotes at 2:30 here with Joan Serrà. Make sure to be here, it's going to be awesome. So go get your lunch and get back really soon, okay? Remember your stickers at the exit. Thank you.
Sí, sí, sí. Bueno, pero me tengo que contactar a humilde, sí. No, no, bueno. Jo crec que a Barcelona està molt bé, perquè cada cop hi ha més companyies. Jo crec que és millor que hi hagi més. Fins i tot per nosaltres podríem dir que és més competència, però jo crec que és millor. Sí, vaig anar molt ràpid. Sí, però moltes gràcies per tot i bueno, estarem per aquí tot. Ha anat bé, no? Al final tot i el Covid i tal, hi ha una mica menys de gent, però bueno, està bé perquè sí. Aneu a...
1, 2, 3, 4. Perfecte.
Hi. Hello, good afternoon. You can take your seats, please. Okay. So, welcome to the afternoon and final session of the Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium 2021. It's my pleasure to introduce the second of our keynotes, who is Joan Serrà, who will give a talk named Universal Generative Speech Enhancement. Joan Serrà is a staff researcher at Dolby Laboratories in Barcelona, where he works on deep learning for audio analysis and synthesis. He obtained his bachelor degree at La Salle, URL, and master and PhD at the Universitat Pompeu Fabra, UPF, and also a postdoc at IEEE CSIC. Joan, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Xavi, for the introduction. Thanks, the organizers, for having me here. So this talk is about my, I was about to say my last year's research, but it's been a bit longer journey. The topic being speech enhancement. So I will try to explain a bit this journey with some key concepts that we have found during this path. And also, towards the end, I will try to highlight a couple of challenges we are facing nowadays, and then show you examples of our current research, which is not yet published. So, the task first, let's try to define it. What is speech enhancement? I guess I try to illustrate speech enhancement with this situation. So essentially here you have a man trying to speak over some channel. In this case, it's a phone. And there is some characteristic in this picture, which is that there is a noise source, a kid, in there. And sorry, an ukulele. Let's be polite. Which is interrupting and difficulting the intelligibility of what this person is trying to communicate over the phone. And the task of a speech enhancement, as classically defined, is essentially this. It's trying to attenuate or remove the noise or any distracting signal that you may have overlapped with the speech signal. Okay? And so this task has a long history. Actually, it's beginning of the 20th century with these two people here, Norbert Wiener and Andrei Kolmogorov, both inventing independently, it is assumed, the Wiener-Kolmogorov filter. So that was probably the first system trying to enhance temporal signals by estimating some noise, by having some estimation of the noise, and then trying to subtract it from the original signal in order to provide some enhancement, right? So systems that came next for speech enhancement now, more specifically, were based also on this principle, and I call them subtractive systems. So essentially, they boil down to this idea. So they want to detect when there is voice, when there is not voice, and then when there is no voice, try to estimate the noise in there, and then based on this estimation, trying to perform some subtraction of this noise across the whole signal, both when there is only noise and when there is noise plus speech. Okay. As an illustration, here you have a short-term Fourier transform of a signal. In the top with the noise, you see there are two noise bands, these red colors here, that are consistent across time. Therefore, the noise is stationary. And here you have an estimation, and then by removing the energy in these parts of the spectrum, you get a much cleaner signal that it's better perceived by us, right? So this was what could be framed under classical approaches. And we can have, we can listen to some examples of these type of techniques. These techniques, as I gave the hint, they work very well for stationary noises, or work rather well for stationary noises, but of course they have plenty of drawbacks. One of those is with non-stationary noises, and you will hear why, right? So first of all, I'm going to play the original signal, which is a signal that has some non-stationary noise.
It's very catchy because it's the lazy cowardly program. The friendly games that developer. We call it the type to send the time that it before the crash.
Okay, so clearly non-stationary, so it's somebody typing, and you hear this click, clack, click, clack every time. And then when you apply the Wiener filter here,
it's very catchy because it's the lazy cowardly program. The friendly games that developer. We call it the type to send the time that it before the crash.
so apart that the voice gets very distorted or quite distorted, you still hear these impulsive sounds in the background. Do you hear it okay, or is there enough? Okay, yeah, good. So a more advanced version of this could be taking into account these STFT transform and doing multiband subtractions and so on. We are going to hear another example, but you will see it's still...
Men strive, but seldom get rich. We find joy in the simplest things. Hedge apples may stain your hands green. Hurdle the pit with the aid of a long pole. The sky that morning was clear and bright blue.
So this is the original signal, and now I'm going to play the enhanced signal.
Men strive, but seldom get rich. We find joy in the simplest things. Hedge apples may stain your hands green. Hurdle the pit with the aid of a long pole. The sky that morning was clear and bright blue.
You may still hear some artifacts in the high frequency range, especially this clink, clonk, clink, that it's transformation of the original noise. It's not exactly the original noise, it's just what could not be removed from the original noise, right? So these systems had some drawbacks, some of them important, and let's say that the community was a bit stagnated in this situation until deep learning came. And with deep learning, the paradigm became simpler in the sense that you don't need multiple modules, one to estimate when there is voice, when there is none, because, I mean, that's error-prone by itself. So the voice activity detector could give an error, and then you could estimate noise based on where, on where it was supposed to be also, or on where there is also voice. With deep neural networks, you just have a black box for the good and for the bad, and you try just to predict what would be the clean speech based on the input noisy speech, okay? And this neural network approach, it's a learning approach. It learns by examples. And luckily, in this task, you have virtually infinite data, which is a dream in some disciplines. So in this task, you kind of have this. You only need clean speech, and you only need noises. And then you just mix them. Very easily, both are rather easy to obtain. So for noises, you just record wherever, in the street, in the cafeteria, somebody typing, somebody walking, a kid crying in the background, a dog barking. You just record. You don't need to annotate, of course. And then for clean speech, I mean, traditionally, there has been research on clean speech. There are databases existing for clean speech, for other tasks even. Thing is that you don't need the annotations. You just need the raw data. You don't care what it's saying. For instance, you can use ASR databases as far as they are clean and they don't include a lot of artifacts. But you don't care about the transcription, essentially. You just need the raw data. And then you create these mixtures. And you use the clean speech as target. So this is a cool part of this topic. And I think that makes it a perfect learning-based paradigm topic where you just input examples and try to learn from them. Then to give you a bit of an overview of the approaches, I thought I would group the main topics or the core topics in this area. So one thing you will observe if you look into speech enhancement systems is that they may operate in different domains. So in audio, we all have it clear that the main domain is the audio waveform. That's what is encoded in the WAV file, and that's what the loudspeaker actually needs. So just this placement of the membrane of the loudspeaker. But there are other domains which traditionally have been used. For instance, the spectral domain, taking the Fourier transform, or taking the complex spectrum, or decomposing the audio into multiple bands, or into wavelets, or into discrete cosine transform. There are many reversible transformations that you can use in order to facilitate, in the past, signal processing, nowadays, machine learning. So the network, it's not, in computer vision, you also have these transforms, but perhaps they are less perceptually clear. In audio, there are these advantages of working in these domains, right? So every neural network, they will perform in different domains. They started with working on the spectral magnitude, a bit by inheritance of classical approaches. Nowadays, maybe they work on the complex spectrum or on the waveform directly, just for the sake of simplicity and because they are kind of reaching similar levels of accuracy, I would say. And some funny thing is that you can now tell nowadays in which domain the system is based, if you have your ears a bit trained, because every domain has its own artifacts. So, for instance, in the time domain, I will play you now examples. Let's try to listen to those. So this is an input signal which has a noise, okay? Just raw data.
But it may take some time to confirm the findings.
And now I'm going to play the enhanced version. And you will notice that in the enhanced version, there is, especially towards the end, there is a distortion making some sound like grr, grr. Okay, and this is super characteristic of time-based systems.
But it may take some time to confirm the findings.
Maybe with the loudspeakers you didn't notice them. That's a pity. But then if you switch domain and you go to the spectral domain or the complex spectral domain, it's curious that you don't get rid of the artifacts. You just get new artifacts. So you get rid of the old ones, but you can then obtain new ones. And here is an example of it.
Don't ask me to carry an oily rag like that.
Then enhanced signal.
Don't ask me to carry an oily rag like that.
Yeah, okay. Then another thing to consider for speech enhancement is what you predict. What does the model predict? One option is to predict directly the signal. So just a straightforward approach. I try to predict the clean signal. Another option is, I try to predict some mask that is going to be multiplied with the original signal, especially in the transform domain, in the spectral domain. And then this transform is inverted back, so all these transforms are reversible. And this is another approach. Or even you can try to perform enhancement in some latent space. You can try to match clean and noisy waveforms in an intermediate layer or somewhere else. And in there, it depends on the approach, which distance you use or which notion of similarity you use, and so on. Okay. But that's another characteristic, and this also has its own characteristic artifacts too. So nothing is perfect, unfortunately. Of course, another thing you can consider when looking at these approaches is the architecture. Okay, you may use an LSTM because it's a temporal signal. You may use convolutions, just convolutions, because they are fast, they are effective, etc. Let's use transformers. Transformers are super fashionable, and they seem to work well everywhere. Why they shouldn't work with speech enhancement? Why not? There are even architectures, for instance, complex convolutions and complex RNNs, which just operate in the complex domain directly, not with real values, but with complex domains. So people have even developed these things. I'm not sure that they really provide a leap in the state of the art. It's just, but it's interesting. At least, perhaps it's one of the few general contributions that the field has offered. Like, okay, people is very used to work in this complex STFT domain. Therefore, let's make layers apt to be in this complex domain already and not transform or try to avoid some data. Okay. But in any case, my position here is I'm a bit architecture agnostic, so I don't think architecture is the key thing. In the future, with a good loss, maybe everyone will be okay using whatever architecture. In general, you don't see, there are tons of papers here providing that incremental 0.1% better accuracy or better quality just by doing this architectural change here or there. This, apart from being boring, I don't think it's going to give us super good enhancement. Okay. And then maybe the key thing here is the loss. So which loss to use here? Of course, that depends on the domain. So if you are if you are in the spectral domain, you may use one loss. If you are in the temporal domain, you may use another loss. But the truth is that nobody has it clear. That's why everybody proposes different things. And yet, it remains to be seen what works best. Okay. But yeah, maybe I pictured quite pessimistic view here, but the truth is it's not that pessimistic. So if you do the right balance of everything, architecture, losses, complex domain of input, and so on, you may get pretty decent results. And actually results that can be exported in production and that can work in real time in our everyday conversations, etc. So here we have an example of some in-house system at Dolby, and this is a video demonstrating a bit what this system can do. This system is now deployed in several places, working with just hardware in real time, so it's a tiny neural network, but it's amazing how much it can remove and how much it can enhance, actually. I'm going to play the video.
Or typing, so a very common distraction noise in meetings. So I'll start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very difficult to hear my voice clearly with that happening simultaneously. We'll go ahead and turn on the noise suppression technology. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and back off. And again, as you can see, no changes to how loud I'm hitting the keys or how loud I'm talking here. And it makes quite a bit of a difference. And as well, if there was a construction project going on at your house, having a power drill like this in the background would be extremely distracting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if you just go ahead and turn on that Dolby AI noise suppression, all of that distraction noise fades away again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Again, that's how loud and distracting that sound was. Now we've moved into the kitchen, and I'm going to take you through a couple final, rather extreme examples of the AI noise suppression technology. Typically, these are going to be noises that would be happening more in the background, as most people commonly aren't cooking and cleaning while actively on a call. But even in this extreme situation, you can see here I'm running my very loud kitchen sink. And we can go ahead and turn on the AI noise suppression technology. I'll continue talking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go ahead and turn it back off. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This entire time. Back on now. You should be able to very...
Okay, so this is just an example. Okay. So one could think, yeah, are we happy with this? Are we done? Of course, it turns out not. We are not done yet. Because we had this noise source, sorry, kit, sorry, ukulele, here, bothering us for the conversations. But the truth is a bit more complicated than that, or reality is a bit more complicated than that. So we may have other sources of potential disruption of our intelligibility or our conversation. For instance, very typical one, reverberation. Reverberation, it's this sound reflection, for instance, with the wall or with the floor or with the roof, etc., or with some window which has a glass. Glass is a quite reverberant surface, right? And then what you get is some delayed signal that it's added to your current signal, plus it's not only a delay of your speech, but it's also a delay of the noise. The noise also impacts with the surface and also goes into your microphone, okay? So this is a quite more complicated problem. Until now, with noise, we had only a single signal that was added to your original speech signal. Now we have repetitions delayed and maybe in counterphase added to your speech signal. And we have repetitions delayed and maybe in counterphase added to your noise repetitions and speech repetitions added to your speech original signal, right? And yeah, I mean, this is, of course, a much more challenging approach. And given that there is a huge challenge, how people did react to that, how people did attack it, well, yeah, first of all, we see that now the task of enhancement is not anymore denoising. The task of enhancement becomes denoising and de-reverberation, okay? So we are kind of doubling the complexity of the task, in a sense. How did people deal with this doubling the complexity of the task? Well, let's just learn it again. Let's use single black box. Now the difference is that the input is noisy plus reverberated speech, and let's try to predict again clean speech. Of course, I mean, this makes sense. It only means that you need to augment your data with reverberated signals, apart from the original noise examples you had, but artificial reverbs are not the same as real reverbs, and that's the first hurdle. So simulating a reverb is a bit harder than just simulating additive noise. And then second thing is that the task is more complex. The model may need to be more complex and may perform worse given the same capacity. Solution from the community, let's use 2 models. If we need more complexity, let's just double the number of models. And you can chain them. Maybe this model does denoising and the other does de-reverberation. Or maybe it's just one giant model, but it's double the big and double the data. Let's try to do this brute force approach. And yeah, I mean, you can get several flavors of this, okay? But in the end, it doesn't really work, again. And here we have some examples with, they are cherry-picked, but they are quite characteristic of the failures that you may encounter. So this is the input signal, which has both noise and reverberation.
And I entered a room whose dimensions equal the one I had just left.
Okay, let me put it again.
And I entered a room whose dimensions equal the one I had just left.
Of course, the guy is talking in a room, and the room has reverberation, like this one.
And I entered a room whose dimensions equal the one I had just left.
And yeah, it does the job, but still something remains to be done. Same for a cascaded model, one of these models that has this 2-stage approach.
Don't ask me to carry an oily rag like that.
And then the enhanced signal.
Don't ask me to carry an oily rag like that.
You see there are still some noises there. So, okay, we could say, are we done? Is the task solved? Are we okay with these solutions? Turns out, not yet. So we had this noise source, sorry kit, sorry ukulele. We had the reverberations of both our speech and the kits or the noise source. Now, it may be the case that that day you have to talk wearing a mask, like me, and your voice quality may change. So it alters the equalization of your voice. Or it may be that you are a bit ill, you have a cold, and your voice is not as it should be. Or it may be that you are moving a lot, but the microphone is steady, and then the frequential response the microphone is taking is different. So there are changes in equalization that we would perhaps like to enhance. But not only that, so there are other problems here. For instance, clipping is another problem that can happen. So with clipping, typically you are too close to the microphone, you speak a lot, and you're just like, pom, 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 like this type of signal that difficults a lot intelligibility, and difficults a lot, and it's a very hard degradation, very noticeable by us. Moreover, this signal needs to be put into some digital media. You need to code this signal. And into coding this signal, you also lose some quality. It's not like an analog system that goes unaltered from end to end, and then you take it from the microphone and you put it on the speaker. Okay. especially if you code with some codec, which apart from encoding the speech, you want to reduce the bit rate of the signal for transmission or for whatever. These systems have a trade-off. They trade off bit rate by quality, and that's their game. And depending on the bandwidth you have, you may have worse quality speech signal than one with a higher bandwidth. Also, when coding the signal, you may decide to cut some frequencies. That's what happens, for instance, with classical telephone lines. So after some kilohertz, typically 3.3 kilohertz, you don't have content. You don't have high frequencies. You don't hear the high end of the voice. You just hear the most important part in order to people understand you. Okay? And also, I mean, this signal will be transmitted. Maybe nowadays it's transmitted through the internet. And for instance, as Santi, my colleague, showed here, there is a problem which is called packet loss. Okay, so you lose some packets, or simply they arrive too late to be reproduced. And therefore, this means that there is a short gap in the signal where there is no signal because you lost the packet, right? And this is also very disturbing. You hear the voice cut like plop, 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 etc., right? So it was not only reverb the problem. It was not only denoising. It was not only denoising plus reverb. But enhancement, it's a whole thing. It's a universal thing, and hence the title of the talk. So we want to just have good speech. We want to have nice, clear sounding, high-end speech. We don't want to have distractors, and especially distractors sometimes that are out of our control, like reverb or like the packet losses, etc., right? So at this point, I make two considerations here. So the first one is I don't want a reverb system. I don't want a declipping system. I don't want to build a Frankenstein system built of a declipping plus a reverb plus a denoising plus a whatever system. I want a holistic system doing universal enhancement. I just care about high-quality speech. I don't want the disturbances, whatever they are. And then the second thing, how to do that? We realize that many of these distortions require to generate signal where simply there is none. So take the case, for instance, of clipping. So for clipping, you lose this part of the waveform. And these are some samples. It can be several samples, several time samples. Simply, they are not there. They have been clipped. So the maximum range of the signal, +1 and -1 voltage, in there you cut, okay? What to do? You need to invent those generation tasks. Packet loss. You have lost some packets. There is no signal there. You need to invent it. Similar like with in painting with images, okay? Low pass frequency. So here you have the pink signal, which has been low passed. It has lost all the detail of the blue signal. So the blue signal had a lot of detail. A lot of characteristics maybe of the identity of the speaker. So your voice, the identity of your voice is highly determined by high frequencies or mid-high frequencies. You lose that by low-pass filtering. Or even noise itself. So people had not thought that just additive noise was apt for a generative task. But it is. So here in this drawing, the S, the upper part of the S, it's almost non-visible. And it's there. It's not that it doesn't exist, but I mean, it's completely, you don't see it. You need to in-paint it. You need to figure it out, generate it, maybe artificially. It's a better chance than just trying to recover what is super varied down noise. Okay. So that's the second key thing. So we want universal enhancement, and perhaps we should approach it with a generative approach. Not just subtracting, like in classical physics, but trying to generate it from scratch, or trying to regenerate the parts that are seriously affected by some corruption of some other way. Okay? Well, it turns out we were pioneers of this, but we didn't know it, actually. So at that time, we were the first ones proposing GAN for speech, for audio at all. But at that time, and we were working on enhancement already, but at that time, this concept that the audio would be better generated or regenerated was not really with us. We did it more for other reasons, one of them being like this discussion about which laws to apply. Okay, so you could think, okay, I don't know which laws to apply. I tried to put an adversarial laws and let the model decide whatever is better to match. Okay, and this was one driver. Not only, well, we are not thinking in these terms of being generative. And same for, a little bit the same for universal. So at that time, we called it generalized speech enhancement, but again, it was the first work dealing with this universal enhancement task. And again, we were not thinking of a lot of problems that the audio could have. Here, we only wanted to make our model more generative because we were intrigued by what could be achieved by generating audio just from scratch. And in this case, we didn't even consider denoising in this work, but we considered tasks that clearly required this generation. Clipping, whispering, so whispered audio, you also lose a lot of characteristics, like, it's a big like that, you lose almost all the timbre, etc. Okay. And so on. And I think there was low-pass filtering too, etc. But nowadays, our vision is that we should encompass these two concepts. And in some architecture, some kind of this type of architecture, with some possible variations that there could be there. So here, there are two things. So first one is the generator. So in the generator, we can do a clever trick here. So we can train a generator to generate only clean speech. So if we have a network that during his life only has seen clean speech, it will only be able to generate clean speech. So in the output, it's quite unlikely that we get some car noise, because just the network doesn't know how to do it. Maybe we get an artifact, but we will not get the car noise, okay? And if you only train it with really clean speech, even bad quality speech will not be generated. You will only generate really clean speech, okay? That's the generative part. But then we need some, because the input will be noisy still, so we still need a network that deals with this noise. And here we have this kind of enhanced network. But notice that this network now doesn't need to generate audio. It can generate much simpler descriptions of what is being said, of who's saying that, of how he or she is saying it. And presumably, these type of descriptions are better for known losses, loss functions to be trained, are better for existing architectures to be used. And this way, we kind of decouple things. One model doesn't deal with raw audio, the other it's a speciality, dealing with the raw audio, okay? And we can train like that. In particular, important, I think, is that these two models should communicate. One should generate a nice representation that the other can ingest. And ultimately, if the first model is not able to fully clean all the signal, we still have some hope that by this interaction between the two models, the second model can still clean a bit more. Okay? We don't think of them as isolated networks. We think of them as more as tandem networks, that where they can kind of work cooperatively, but everyone having some task more or less defined with some flexibility. Okay, that's a bit our idea to approach this problem. But yeah, with new problems comes new challenges, and of course, these problems and these type of models have some challenges. First and most obvious challenge is data. So remember that with denoising task, it was easy, just record noises and clean speech, you have it. Now we need to simulate all this data. Some simulations may not be realistic, some of them may be more realistic. Plus, forget about standard. So nobody has a universal speech enhancement data set yet. So you need to do it on your own. And you need to spend resources and time to create this data for you. Which distortions to consider? During the picture of the guy talking on the phone with the ukulele, etc., I named several of them. There may be more. You may lose some of them. You may not care about them or so. Depends on the case. For instance, in some cases, having a dog in the background may be a thing that you want to hear. In other cases, having a dog in the background is a disturbing thing. You want to remove that bark from your conversation, right? So it's not clear. It depends on every situation. How this generalizes, this new data that you generate through simulation, how will it generalize to the known world? Much more difficult than just denoising, of course. Then other considerations about data and model capacity, which are rather obvious. If going from denoising to reverb was kind of doubling the complexity of the problem, now you can imagine that this combinatorially explodes. You can have a signal which just has gaps and clipping, another signal which has noise and clipping, another signal which has noise, reverb, low-pass filtering, etc. There are multiple combinations, okay? Second challenge, how do you evaluate that? So if there are no standard data sets, there are no standard evaluation measures at all. So you can try to use evaluations designed for denoising, or there are evaluation measures designed for dereverberation, or there are some measures that work well for declipping, but there is still no objective measure for universal enhancement in a sense. And if you work with generative models, you have an added problem. Typically, all these measures used in speech enhancement, they penalize a lot generative models. Why? Because what you generate sounds well to our ears, sounds well according to reality, but the signal is very different. For instance, in audio, you can just invert the polarity of a signal. What it was positive, make it negative, and vice versa. And you will hear exactly the same. So your ear will hear exactly the same. But the signal is totally different. The Euclidean distance of these two signals, one with changed polarity, is very large. But still, for our perception, is good. So something happens, something similar goes on with these objective metrics that try to evaluate speech quality, right? So there are these two challenges. Again, we were a bit precursors on this. So we knew about these drawbacks of existing measures. And yeah, rather recently, we proposed kind of a measure trying to improve that. So we can now evaluate with this measure for internal use. But this was a semi-supervised approach. For this, we had to collect data. We had to collect human judgment about quality. But we couldn't collect enough, so we used a semi-supervised learning approach to try to perform better. So we can use this measure, but actually, you cannot really compare with the state of the art. Even in the case of denoising, you cannot really compare because your model is generative and maybe another model is not, and then generative models are penalized by existing measures, etc. Which is the solution? Just performing a listening test. Sadly or luckily, we are here. We just can evaluate with subjective listening to be really faithful to what would a user experience nowadays. Okay. And then there are a couple of more challenges which are nice about generative models. So one problem that generative models have is babbling. What happens with babbling? With babbling, you may have some segment of the audio where you have a lot of noise in there. And what would a typical enhancement algorithm do there? It's maybe oversuppress, like, OK, let's assume you didn't say anything here. There is a lot of noise. I cannot really distinguish a voice here. And you just mute that part. That's one thing typical algorithms do. Generative algorithms don't do that. They identify that something was said, but they don't know what to say there. They babble. Okay, here you will hear an example. So this is the input signal.
Right now, however, the economy appears still to be growing.
Okay, there is this very disturbing noise, and then you will see that the model tries to put something there, but it's not truly what's being said.
Right now, however, the economy appears still to be growing.
Okay, So this problem is super characteristic. So generative systems that do enhancement suffer of this nowadays. There is this bubbling. We, and I would say the community, don't have a clear idea on how to fully eliminate it, okay? Second problem is with identity change. So if there is no signal, or even if you low pass the signal, you lost part of the identity. And then a generative model tries to generate a plausible identity. But how can it guarantee that this identity that is generated resembles enough the original identity of the speaker, right? So here you will have some examples. So there is a person speaking here.
These furnishings follow the contours of the room, their lower parts leading to huge couches upholstered in maroon leather and curved for maximum comfort.
And now you will hear a system where it really cleans the signal. You will hear no noises, but...
These furnishings follow the contours of the room, their lower parts leading to huge couches upholstered in maroon leather and curved for maximum comfort.
So this person is not the same than the one who was speaking before. There may be some situations where this is okay, you can go with that, but there are other situations where you clearly have a problem if you change the identity of the person who's speaking, right? So that's the situation nowadays, or in the forthcoming months. And now I want to just finish the talk with explaining a bit of our approach to this, which of course is universal and generative. It's work still being performed. Hopefully next year we kind of publish something. So in our case, we went up with big scale, so let's not stop at 3 different tasks. Let's consider 9 different tasks. So there is background noise, there is reverbs, there is codec, there is clipping, etc. And then for every task, let's try to be diverse. So clipping, 3 or 4 types of clipping. Reverb, as many reverb simulators as we can implement. I don't know, background noises, try to get different databases, not only in the wild sounds, but also keyboard sounds, and also some factory sounds, etc. Okay? Let's do it large scale. Let's try to learn from a lot of hours of audio. Second thing, we want to be generative. Let's use the highly cutting-edge generative models nowadays. We use diffusion models. If you're not familiar with them, they are very trending nowadays. Perhaps the substitute of GANs, but we will see. Then where do we do? Which domain do we do it? Let's do it in the waveform domain. I mean, we have a nice generative model, which will have to generate waveforms in the end. So let's do it in the waveform domain already. Which loss to use? We use likelihood-based losses, which is rather trivial for machine learning, but it turns out that nobody in speech enhancement used ever a likelihood-based loss, except for some classification-based systems, but that doesn't count. And then another innovation we apply here is that losses are outside of the main path. So we have the impression that losses create errors, and no loss is perfect. And then these errors translate in artifacts in the output. So let's try to move these errors outside of the main chain, so outside of the main path of the signal. That's why you have these mixed density networks here on the top, which are networks that their mission is decoupling the losses, the error losses from the main signal flow, from the main signal path. Okay? And you can see here the typical structure. So on the left, you have a generator network. This one is only trained with clean signals. And then on the right, you have this conditioning network, which is the one that receives the noisy, the dirty signal, and tries to generate something that is useful to condition the generator network. Okay? So the principle is the same as the one I explained before. And here I have some samples to show you. These are rather old samples, because this model is still training, and these are like samples from a month ago or 2 months. I didn't dare to change them, because if it's still training, why changing them? Let's wait until the model finished training. So here is some example with background noise.
Water. The first worm gets snapped early. Jump the fence and hurry.
And this is the enhancement.
Water. The first worm gets snapped early. Jump the fence and hurry.
Another example with background noise.
You bring. Despite his lack.
So here there is only voice at the end.
rephrase, the site is Latin.
You heard a bit of babbling, you know? It remains a challenge. Here, there is an example where we downsample the voice, so you will hear a clear low-pass filtering of it.
As he pushes the piece of wood away, he feels something hot lodged in it.
And here we regenerate the high-frequency part.
As he pushes the piece of wood away, he feels something hot lodged in it.
Then we can try a combination of noise and downsampling.
Which is wildly rocking to and fro and side to side. Which is wildly rocking to and fro and side to side.
Combination of reverb and low pass.
And Nathan, did he see them too? And Nathan, did he see them too?
Clearly much more intelligible. An example of clipping, this can be a bit loud, watch out.
Verlassen müssen, dann hatte sie es nicht mehr ausgehalten im selben Sessel.
Apart from lowering the volume, here in the enhanced version, we regenerate the parts that are missing because of clipping. Oh, sorry.
Verlassen müssen, dann hatte sie es nicht mehr ausgehalten im selben Sessel.
Here are some codec artifacts, so by compressing the signal into a very low bit rate, you get part of these artifacts.
Firmly in the hole.
It would still have been a good film, but...
We are quite used to it, because in all video calls we make, there is a codec going on there, but if you really love audio, you notice they are there, and they particularly annoy me. And here is trying to recover from these artifacts.
Firmly in the hole.
It would still have been a good film, but...
And finally, an example with a mixture of things, so some reverberation, batt equalization, and so on.
That group reported just before Christmas. That group reported just before Christmas.
Okay. So with this, I conclude my talk. I hope you learned a bit about speech enhancement and that you enjoyed the examples and everything I showed. Before leaving, I would like to make a small announcement. So we are always looking for the best talent at Dolby. Nowadays, there are some open positions, especially in San Francisco, but we don't put barriers to talent. So if you are really good, come to us, talk to us, and you want to join Dolby, of course. And we will try to see. Same for internships. So they are closed for this year, but in September, we will start again another round of internships. So interns have the privilege of working with some projects that maybe are not that product crucial, like the ones we work, but they are still more, they have more freedom in research than the great freedom that we all have. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan, for the very nice talk. And now we have some time for questions.
Hi, sorry.
Hi.
Thank you very much. So I was wondering, because your approach is generative, I understand that your model needs to understand what's doing in terms of generating intelligible sentences. So I was wondering, maybe it's a silly question, but I was wondering if because I noticed your examples are all in English. So if the speech is in a different language, does the model suffer in performance, meaning maybe because it's learned what intelligible means in English? If you feed it a Spanish sentence, maybe does it work the same, or do you need some domain adaptation techniques or something like that? Thanks.
Yeah, no, the truth is that in our data set, we have like more than 15 languages. I only showed the English ones, but we have Spanish, German, Hungarian, Russian, Chinese, and so on. We do that on purpose because we are a bit worried about this possibility. We don't observe a particular problem with that at the moment, perhaps because we already included many languages. Also, partly because we don't operate at a very high level, so we don't extract phonemes, essentially, and we don't extract any language-specific information. And the model, I would say it's not especially motivated to do that.
Hi, Joan. Super cool talk. And I was wondering, when processing this in real time, like what you were showing with the keyboard, if you use GANs, do you have problems? Let's say, I wonder if you're splitting the sound in packages so it can be in real time, matching one package with the next one so it doesn't generate something quite different, and how do you enforce this continuity?
Very good question. First, the system I showed is not a GAN, it's not generative, so that was in the classical approach part, okay? But it's true that when processing frame to frame, you have this problem with generative models. That's another challenge if you do it frame by frame real time. The second system is not frame by frame, it takes the whole utterance. So it's real time in the sense that it takes less than the time of the audio to process, but it's not frame by frame, it's just whole utterance, okay? There may be some tricks. You may work with, for instance, with overlapped windows, and you use the half of the past window in order to further condition the generation of the next window. And in this way, that's one way for generative models to avoid this problem of frame mismatch. So frames are overlapped, they are not separated. And you use this overlap to facilitate this coherence.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, I have a quick question. In the data gathering and generation part at the beginning, what kind of data do you use to train it? Because I came a little bit late, so I don't remember if you said that you actually gather noisy data, or you actually just use clean data and then programmatically or manually put the noise on top of it. So yeah.
We use both. So for some data that it's easy to obtain, we just obtain it, like background noises. For other data that you need to simulate it, you simulate it, like reverb, for instance. Although we also have a few data sets which is parallel data, where we recorded close mic and without interference some signal, and then the same mic in another place, recording the reverberation of the room and your voice, etc., and so on. But this data is hard to obtain and a bit problematic, because then there are delays and so on, and that you need to compensate. But yes, it's a mixture of things. So for what we can, we gather. For what we don't care, for what we do not obtain in real life, we simulate it the best we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
There are also some parts of the data which can only be done through simulation. For instance, the codec artifacts, those you can only simulate. Those are going to be the same that in real life.
I have a question too. So given that you are dealing with speech and that we have all these language models on NLP that kind of work really well, did you think about combining, let's say, the predictions that language models can give you, especially for these parts that you lose some part of the speech?
Yeah, there are approaches doing that, kind of extracting a bit the phonetics of it and then using only the phonetics to synthesize audio. This is powerful on the one side because, of course, you guarantee zero noise. You are synthesizing speech from phonetics. But then the babbling problem comes a lot. So the phonetics may not be well extracted. So an ASR system, it's still very error-prone, and especially with noise and with the corruptions we have in this data. So our option is to go for a more low-level thing, and let's cross fingers and see. So.
Any other question? Okay, there's one question here at the front.
Plus, the ASR systems are not multilingual, and You may hide the emotions. You may need further information to say who's speaking, which emotion is being said, which prosody is in there. Has its drawbacks.
Hi, okay, I have one question. After you training all the models and have the enhanced audios or the generative audios, how do you know until which point you want to get? Because it's not enough to have an audio that is compressible for a human, or how do you determine until which point you stop the trainings or the quality of the audio?
Yeah. I mean, it's very application dependent, of course. And if the only important thing is to understand what somebody is being said, maybe you have a less restricted problem. You don't need to keep identity, just what is said, etc. At Dolby, the philosophy is that we go for high-end or super high-end audio. So in our case, we aim for everything at the most highest quality level. But that's a business choice, I would say, more than also research choice. I like it to be high quality, high end. We all love audio, so that's a bit how we go. And about where to stop, well, you have some baselines or some competitors. So first stop you do is when you beat the competitor. Then next stop is when you have a better idea and try to beat your own version. And then, or maybe if there is some product requirement, you may stop at the product requirement.
One deal is, or do you have like some mechanical tour of people listening to the audios and with one metric to choose?
Yeah, I mentioned, so objective metrics not involving humans are a bit far away from what we would like them to be. At the moment, we rely a bit on them for development, but the final tests or important tests are done with humans. So we recruit people who are expert listeners. They are maybe sound producers or people who works with audio or people who has been trained for this. And we can perform whatever tests. There are many tests depending on the task you want to do. Simplest one is an A/B test. So here you have your old system, your new system. Which one do you prefer? You don't know which is which, so on.
Any final question? If not, in that case, let's thank again Joan for his talk. And now it's time for the last of the poster sessions. So again, it's in the garden when you leave to the right. There's going to be a coffee break. Wear a mask all the time unless you are eating or drinking. And enjoy the posters. Make sure that you interact with the presenters. And later, we'll be here in an hour. Also, for the presenters for the next sessions, please be here in half an hour. So at 4 p.m., we're going to do the sound check and technical check. So be here in half an hour, please.
Molt bé. Molt guai, gràcies.
no aquí, m'és igual.
Perquè... connectar-se a la videotrucada. Ha servit àudio? Sí. Ah, no. Que el Mac aquest és dels que no té HDMI. Una mica autista. Jo em sembla que tinc un adaptador, Com preferiu. Quina és la videotrucada on hem de connectar? Tens un mail, Sí. He vist que estava una mica mal. Mira, aquí hi ha una... bueno, ja atrás no tens wifi. No tenia connectat. La primera... Ara ella ha demanat de connectar-se a la videoconferència. Qui hi accepta? Matías, no sé com la tens.
En Google Drive.
Però són Google Slides o...?
Són slides, però puc fer un PDF o el que vulgueu.
Són Google Slides? Sí. Llavors és més fàcil. Ho pots fer en aquest ordinador?
Sí.
Ho converteix a... Però compartir el meu.
Vale, compartir.
Com es veu des d'aquí? Sí, portàtil. Aquest és un... No, aquest està aquí perfecte. Però si tens a Google Slides...
Sí, no, és el que faré. Vale, tinc aquí en Víctor ja. En Pau també el veig aquí. Normalment la gent parla per aquí,
Per aquí, sí.
Vale, el Víctor i en Pau ja està. Entren aquí, ells dos, superfàcil. Com ho tens, Manel?
Jo així ho he enviat a...
Sí? Ja ho has enviat?
No, però ho té amb slides, ja?
Sí, aquí veig. I és Google Slides. Sí. Ja està.
Molt carai.
Bien. ¿Qué cosas que tal? Sí, està bé, no? Sí, han dit que...
Una pantalla, pensava que era un projector.
Sí?
Vale.
Roberto.
És que des d'allí em sembla que ho sigui un projector.
What's the format of your phone? Oh, wow.
Sí. Sembla que no, però... Joder.
No som.
Sí, mira, veus els píxels? Sí. És que des d'allí no ho sé. Sí, perquè si no, sí, presentar el dimecres pel matí. Estàs tota la conferència pensant que presentar. Ja.
M'ha socialitzat. Ok, sí. Pensem, no veig el teu nom, però...
Víctor Garcia. Està a la Universitat d'Augsburg.
Do you have any animated GIFs?
Espera, crec que em sona.
It should
Attention
forward.
Pot ser?
Falta.
No, aquest va ser
l'altre, no ha arribat.
L'hem conegut online, però no
crec que vam veure junts a l'Iclear 2020.
Com l'has fet? El Drive, però també puc fer un ordinador.
L'has fet amb el Google.
He fet en PowerPoint.
El puc descarregar amb aquest PowerPoint, si tu vols mirar, és més fàcil.
És millor aquí?
És més fàcil.
Deixa'm un moment, llavors actualitza'm un moment, perquè no està 100% actualitzat.
Estàs vivint allà, o sigui, ja t'has instal·lat.
Vale, i em falta algun? Que bé, tots dues slides. Fàcil. Ja està, eh?
Ja està.
Quan parleu que us enfoqui a la boca i no us allunyeu ni us aneu cap allà. Sí? Digue-li amb ell, això. Per això...
Si no ens acostem, s'acopla. Perquè has de pujar...
Ai, a mi el que ens ha passat més una vegada és quan fan les preguntes, no sé si potser això està molt baix, no ho sentíem. Sí? Bueno, ara, a veure, però jo t'explico. Jo ahir no ho sentia. I aquest matí els de panell deien que tampoc ho sentien. No, però ho han dit aquest matí, si ho has pujat després, els del primer. No sé. Vols que fem la prova? No, ho provo. Agafo un micròfon i ja està. Poseu-vos aquí i dieu, més o menys, i si dieu que us faig una prova.
Vale.
Hola, què ha estat el més difícil d'aquest treball que heu fet? Ho heu sentit bé? Se sent bé? Sentiu bé la pregunta o...? Sí? És igual la pregunta. No.
Escriure.
S'entès bé la pregunta?
Sí, se sent molt eco, però...
Sí, se sent eco, però se sent...
No sé, ara va a provar-ho.
Potser si em fico més endavant...
No, però el tema us ha d'entrar per allà.
No pots utilitzar Dolby per fer això?
Sí, home, però ara el tècnic ho arregla, no passa res. Ah, i en José falta, no? Com ho tens per les presentacions? Ja has provat tu? Ja estàs. És el teu ordinador, eh?
Hola. Sí, aquest se sent més clar.
El tema està que si jo faig preguntes, que les entengueu bé, bàsicament. Ara s'entén bé? Millor? Diuen que ho entenen millor i bé. D'acord. Perfecte, gràcies.
Gent, no vindran. Interpretable Emergent Communication. Aquí, Roberto Dessì.
Tenim el cap abans, però és una receptiva. L'any que ve...
Estan usats.
Què s'hi guanya?
Qui guanya què? Meta és sponsor, no? Ah, i Glovo, bueno, clar. Sí. L'UPC ha de pagar per llogar això o és simplement propietat seva?
Com descarrego?
Les tens a
sí, però,
slides?
sí, ja he posat la form de...
Bueno, però igualment crec que el que ha de que el més senzill és que ho comparteixis amb un usuari
vale.
tlabcn@gmail.com.
Bueno, volíem el seu poste de NeurIPS, però al final
Quan anàvem presencial simplement era la setmana estàs fora.
A mi jo no ho dic massa. Sí, encara. Sí, menys com vostè no l'ha, però no sé diu jo. Però és el que hem dit que no fa ningú.
A mi va venir una persona i al cap de 2 dies em va enviar
Sí, sí. Okay, so let's start the last session from this Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium. This session is dedicated to machine learning from NeurIPS 2021. So we have the opportunity of having here 6 speakers that were presenting their works just 2 weeks ago. So let's start with the talk by Roberto Dessì from Meta, that it's about interpretable agent communication from scratch with a generic visual processor emerging on the site. Thanks, Roberto.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Roberto Dessì. I'm a PhD student at Meta and UPF, and today I'll be presenting interpretable emergent communication from scratch, which is joint work with Eugene and Marco. So starting a bit from the motivation, with the recent advancement in deep learning research, it came the organization of nice events like this one, but also the introduction of very powerful and highly specialized modular architectures. And these are models and architecture that have proved very successful on several benchmarks and tasks, which range from powering machine translation models at scale, beating humans at very complex games like chess and Go, or even solving complex problems in biological sciences. And this has drastically accelerated the path towards the development of these agents in real-life situations, scenarios where the coordination between these models becomes fundamental. So if you think about 2 self-driving cars meeting at an intersection, then the need to coordinate on things like whichever car is taking a specific lane first becomes of fundamental importance. One research direction that we think is promising to address this multi-agent coordination problem is that of a language-based type of coordination. The reasons are twofold. The first one is that we, as humans, know that language is a powerful tool that allows us to coordinate with an unlimited number of partners to carry out an unbounded number of goals, shared goals. And the second one is that if we're able to endow these models and agents with a discrete language-like type of interface, this could help us understand their actions and shed a light on their behavior, thus drastically helping interpretability of their actions. One of the most used setup and testbed to study this language-based type of coordination in multi-agent system is called the discrimination game, or also referential game. In this setup, 2 agents need to coordinate and communicate in order to carry out a shared goal, which is that of recognizing an object. So for instance, if their goal is to recognize an orange chair, like here, which is the target object, then an agent called the sender must process this image and generates a message consisting of possibly a sequence of discrete tokens and sends it to the receiver, which then, solely based on this message, must recognize the target object among a candidate list by pointing at it. And there are two important things that I want to highlight here in this setup. One is that what we call the language, which is this mapping between meanings, that are the objects in the image, and the messages that the agents generate and consume, starts at random. So there is no a priori meaning that we impose on this language that they use, but rather it gets evolved and grounded as the game proceeds. And the second one is that the only feedback signal that these agents get is game success. So we are not imposing any constraint or condition on the agent's language. All they get are no human annotated labels, but just reward if they were able to recognize the target object or not. We use this setup, and in our experiments, we try to overcome shortcomings from previous work. So we train the agents on the communication game on more than 1 million objects stemming from 1,000 different classes. And then we evaluate on an in-distribution data set, which is the ILS-VRC12, also known as ImageNet1K validation set, containing unseen instances, and an out-of-distribution set containing unseen classes. And this is different from previous work where a limited number of categories of objects were used in the game. And we think this doesn't really work if we want to deploy these agents in the real world when they need to be able to interact with the complexity and the richness of the environment and the world. Then we use an image augmentation pipeline, which is a stochastic data augmentation pipeline, meaning that before feeding the images to the agents, we randomly perturbated them. So for instance, if the target is a pen, then one agent would see the pen, and another one would see a randomly altered version of the pen, so maybe randomly cropped, flipped, and changing the color. And this is because if we deploy these agents, then they will probably see the objects from different point of view and under different lighting conditions, and then they cannot really rely their communication to be something like, hey, the target is the brighter image. And this is something that we know from previous work. Previous work showed that the language that these agents develop can be degenerate. So rather than relying on high-level semantic content of the images, they would rather say something, hey, the target is the one that has pixel 3 of this specific value. And then, in our setup, we also experiment with a non-shared visual module, which is the visual part of their model that needs to encode the images, because we think that if two agents are meeting randomly in the environment, they will probably not share any type of weights or module between them. So the need to have different weights is very important. These are the results of our experiments where we train and then test on the in-distribution and out-of-distribution set. And in our experimental condition, we change having a shared and non-shared visual module and applying and not applying data augmentation. And we train them, allowing them to generate messages on one symbol. And the candidates list contained 128 images, thus setting chance level below 1%. What we see is that our configuration are all able to develop a language that works and allow them to communicate and play the game well above chance, with the use of shared and non-shared visual module almost having no impact in performance, where on the other hand, the use of data augmentation seems to make it for a much harder and more challenging task. But then what we did is performing the so-called Gaussian test. So we feed them at test time, so the language is learned, we feed them with random blobs of Gaussian noise. And this is done to test whether the agents and their language is actually relying on the low-level visual information of the images or on the high-level semantic content, with the idea that if you feed them random blobs of Gaussian noise, they should perform at chance. If they learn how to say and signal, hey, the target is a dog, and I give them random Gaussian noise, then the best they can do is perform at chance. And what we found is that only the setups that use data augmentation were the ones showing random performance in this Gaussian test. So in a way, data augmentation is fundamental in order to prevent this low-level coordination in the language. After having assessed that, okay, their communication is not relying on low-level visual information, we wanted to have a better understanding at it, and we performed a quantitative and qualitative analysis. I'm not reporting the quantitative here for time reasons, but the qualitative analysis is this, where we take the images and group the ones that trigger the same symbols, and these are the most frequent symbols without any type of cherry picking. And the interesting thing here is that what we found is that not only the language is not relying on low-level visual information, but it's actually relying on high-level semantic concept that is also highly interpretable by humans, I guess. By looking at that, with me and Marco and Eugene, we right away agreed that like symbol 1 is signaling something, hey, the target is a bird on a tree, symbol 4 is a four-legged bear, dog animal in the grass, and so on. So in a way, unlike previous work that showed that the language of this agent is degenerate, we were able to show that not only is not degenerate, but also is actually mapped to something that humans can easily understand. So after the analysis of the language, we also had a look at the setup and notice, so if you remember, these are setup, and those agents are neural network-based models. They have a convolutional module in their model pipeline that is as the task of mapping the images into some internal representation. So basically, while training these agents to play the game, we were also, as a side effect, training some convolutional visual encoders for free. And this is very similar to what people were doing in self-supervised learning, and our model is actually similar to a family of models called contrastive self-supervised learning frameworks. So similar to them, we wanted to evaluate the quality of these convolutional visual encoders of our agents, and we freeze their weights, extracted the embeddings that they learn, and trade a linear head on top of them on the supervised learning image classification task. When we evaluated those convolutional modules on several downstream data sets, and we compared to SimCLR, which is a model that I guess until last year at least hold the state of the art on ImageNet, we found that our models trained for the communication game task were on par with SimCLR, which was instead specifically designed for visual features learning. So the take-home message here, in a sense, is the communication game, as a bonus, without any type of fine-tuning, can be also used as a good visual feature extractor for downstream data sets here and possibly tasks. And to conclude, in this work, what we did is training deep agents to communicate about a high number of seen and also unseen objects. And we were able, with our training setup, to allow them to develop a communication that is not degenerate, but it's also highly interpretable by us, and can be also seen as a form of unsupervised image labeling, given that no human annotated data and human annotated labels were used for training the agents. And in the end, we also noticed that the communication can act as a nice objective and task and goal to develop visual feature for these interacting agents in the setup. And with that, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Roberto. Any question from the audience? Okay, so I have one question. Maybe you have already commented, this is something related with learning the features that have been learned by some models, like in image classification. So there are some words like disentangled networks for convolutional neural networks that they are trying to find which are the concepts that emerge on these neural networks. So have you compared the concepts that are emerging on this self-supervised model with other papers related on this direction?
So something that we did in the quantitative analysis, okay, I don't have it here, but so basically what we did is, this is the correlation between the messages that our agents send, so correlating and they are one symbol messages. So you can see that as a single label for the input. So correlating their messages and the ground truth label. And these are the correlation values. And I don't have them here, but we compare with SimCLR, which is instead like self-supervised learning of convolutional features. And what we found is that our model showed better correlation with the ground truth labels. So in a way, our discrete extreme one symbol bottleneck helped developing meanings that better reflected the ground truth categorization of the data set. We were surprised to see that SimCLR, which is this self-supervised method, had very high correlation as well, but not quite as high as our method. So the idea is that maybe this communication, like compression, discrete type of layers might help more disentanglement, the emergence of more disentangled features, which here we call languages, but you can call them like concept features or however you like.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So let's thank the speaker again. Now we will have the talk by Pau Rodriguez from LMNA, and it's about continual learning with local module composition.
Okay, can I start? Okay. Thanks a lot for organizing this. I'm super excited to present our latest work on continual learning with local module composition. This is joint work with Alexei Ostapenko, who will be my intern soon, Massimo Caccia, who was my intern at LMNAI, and Laurent Charlin, who is a very nice professor at Mila. And by the way, this is maybe the last presentation that this is Element AI. From now on, maybe it will be called ServiceNow, which is a company that has recently acquired us. But we are still in the same building in Montreal, close to Mila, with a very close collaboration. We still have Joshua Bengio as advisor, and we have Meta in the lower level, and also Microsoft next to us. And I'm saying this because we have open positions. So if you want to apply, we have, you can look it in the website. We have for time series and NLP. And if you want to apply to an internship as well, you can send me an email. Okay, so let's go to the paper. So in this paper, we tackle the problem of class incremental learning. And class incremental learning is different from IID learning, which is a typical case where you show images of different classes at the same time to the network. Oh, okay. You have to learn all of them at the same time. In class incremental learning, you show one class at a time, and the model has to be able to perform in all the classes seen so far. So I show first yellow fishes, then red fishes, and then fishes in water. And at the end, the network has to be able to perform well in all these tasks. And there are three typical ways to address this scenario. The first one is rehearsal, which is state of the art, I would say. It's the one that performs the best. That is that you just keep a memory, and you keep saving all the examples that you show to the network. And then when you move to a new class, you just replay the examples that you have already seen from other classes. Here, usually people, they spend their effort in trying to make this more efficient, like using less memory or using a GAN to store all the images that you have seen. The other kind of methods are regularization methods, which freeze the important weights for a class before training on the next class. And this way, you preserve the knowledge from the previous classes. And then the last one is dynamic architectures, where you grow your network with every new class, so that knowledge gets effectively incorporated. And in this paper, we focus on the latest case. So dynamic architectures, usually they have a controller, let's say, which is another network, that has to infer which task we are seeing at this moment to activate the weights during test time. Let's say I see a red fish, and I need someone to tell me which are the neurons that contain information about red fishes. And as you can imagine, there are two problems here. Like, one is that we move forgetting into the network that is telling us which neurons to activate for that task. And the other problem is that we may need an oracle if we don't want to use another neural network that knows that the current task is red fishes. So I should activate these neurons that are for red fishes. So this is a bit inefficient. And in this work, what we propose is a network that is composed of modules. Each module is a couple of convolutional layers. And each one locally decides when to activate for a given task. So they have these two components, the local structural component and the functional component. Maybe here you have it in more detail. The structural component learns which task this module has seen. So if I'm seeing red fishes, I will train a small reconstruction network that learns to reconstruct the input of the module. And what you can do with this is that if you train it with likelihood, then you can know how likely a module is for a given task. And then we store this, the mean and standard deviation of the likelihood of each module on each task in this mu and sigma that you see there. And then when we see a new task, if it's within some range of the original data that the model has seen, this module gets activated. And then we weight them with a softmax based on the likelihood of each module. And the training works like this. So we start with a single tower, and we train it on a task. And then when a new task comes, the first module, let's say, detects that this task is out of distribution because it cannot reconstruct the features of this input. And then we add a new module, and then we have two phases. The first one is the projection phase, which moves the features of this newly initialized module from scratch into the same space as the parents of the module by minimizing the structural components of the parents. And then we train it for the task, which is the functional component, which is basically training the CNNs. And we keep doing this, and the network grows steadily. In fact, for some cases, it grows sublinearly, which is nice. It means that for each task, the number of parameters that we have to add, well, sometimes we don't have to add parameters, and sometimes we don't have to grow the whole network. And thanks to this, the important thing here is not that the network can do continual learning, is that we can do pretty wild stuff. Like, for instance, in this case, we train the network on the diagonal, which is digits that are like red background and black foreground are only the digit 0 and 1. So the network will only see the numbers 0 and 1 with red and black. And then we train it outside of the diagonal. So now we see a new combination of digit and color that has never seen. But since you have a module that has learned independently the digit and another module that has learned independently to activate for a color, they combine to extrapolate, let's say, and to solve tasks that have never been seen. And here is a more even wilder thing that is like you train one network in one task, then you train in one data set, let's say, you train another network in another data set, and then you do like, you merge them directly, and then you have a network that performs a bit better, but this is like something new, so it's okay, on the combination of these tasks. So this is very nice, and also imagine that you train some network for a client, and you have the models of that client in the industry, I mean, and then this client wants you to delete his data or their data, so users remove the models of that client, which is also cool. And well, this is just to show that in CTRL we got state of the art because of reviewers. And then, yeah, just the takeaways is that this is not only a continual learning method, it also helps for out-of-distribution generalization. It's task ID agnostic, which means that it doesn't need an oracle to tell you have to activate these modules on this task. And the limitations, of course, are compute, because you have to input the data to all the modules to know if they should activate or not. But the nice thing is you can put each module in a separate GPU, so it can be done effectively. And also how to incorporate modules in long sequences. That's already an unsolved problem in very, very long sequences, because then the network will grow, and it will take a lot of memory. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Pau. Any question from the audience? We have plenty of time for questions.
Hey, Pau. Hello. One of the cool things of these catastrophic forgetting methods is feature reuse. So in principle, adding tasks and tasks and tasks, you should be able to reach a limit where the network doesn't need to grow, maybe, because it has seen the world and already generalizes. Which are your thoughts on this, or could you detail more how your approach could afford that in some limit?
We did a study on what modules activate when you see new tasks, to see if you are reusing previous knowledge to do backward transfer. And also we measured forward transfer, and there is, so this is very encouraging. And we also saw that the amount of modules that are created every time is less and less. But for the moment, with the current heuristic we have, which is basically a threshold on the likelihood of being out of distribution, it's not enough to make it stop growing. But like as future work, of course, that would be very nice to see. And it's, yeah, like you went directly to the point.
Any other question? I have one question, Pau. So, do you think that maybe defining some hierarchy on this task could be beneficial for your models? Just following your example of yellow fishes, red fishes, and so on, have like a task that is just detecting fishes, and then the specific tasks that are below this more general task?
Yes, there is actually a recent benchmark that I think some people in Mila did that is exactly what you propose. They start like showing you an image of a bear, and you have to classify it as bear. But in the next iteration, you won't see only bear. You will see the grizzly bear, or you see the also like subclasses. So instead of showing the data directly on separated classes, you show data in a hierarchy. And this allows to do like more efficient continual learning. It's called IIRC, I think.
Thanks, Pau. If there are no more questions, let's thank Pau again. Next talk is by Manel Baradad from MIT, and it's titled Learning to See by Looking at Noise.
Okay, so I'm Manel Baradad, and I'm going to present our latest work, which is Learning to See by Looking at Noise. And this is joint work with Jonas, Tongju, Philippe, and Antonio. And this was also presented at NeurIPS 2021. So as you have like heard from last talks and during the last days, unsupervised contrastive learning is at a maturity point where you can just get real data that's unlabeled. You can pass it through this contrastive training algorithm, and then you can use the training models as representations that you can use for your downstream tasks. But this has lots of issues and lots of concerns because you are using real data, and all the concerns that are associated with this data will transfer to your models. So for example, you may have copyright issues, consent issues, privacy issues, and so on. So to avoid this, what we propose is a simple solution. Don't use any data at all. And particularly, we use something that we call synthetic noise data. The motivation of doing this also comes from like a philosophical perspective of like how much information do we need to train a vision system, and do we actually need like real data to train this system? So on the left, what you can see is activations from rats, and this happens before they are even born. And these are kind of used for the rat to learn to see before they are born. So similarly, we ask, can we do the same for computers? And is there like a program that generates data that we can use to train the system? So for example, is DNA an actual program that can train a vision system, or is there like a game of life program that can generate this type of data? And in particular, we focus on synthetic noise data. So to test this hypothesis, we use first like a small-scale setup to test like several hypotheses like faster, and we use a small encoder, an AHSG encoder, and we use 100K samples, which this is a bit small-scale compared to typical approaches, but to begin with, it was pretty useful to iterate and do many experiments. So the approach we follow is as typical people doing contrastive learning. We first train the pre-trained model with this type of data, and then we test it on a downstream task, which is ImageNet 100. So we froze the model, and then we train on top, just a linear classification. So with this setup, we have this performance. So as a baseline, simply randomly initializing the CNN. We have like 20% accuracy, which is pretty low. And if we use real images, the performance is much better. So as upper bound, we use real images that are different from ImageNet. So in particular, we use places. Then the first type of models we test are computer graphics. And in particular, we use like several off-the-shelf data sets that people use. First, we use DM Lab and Clever, which are pretty simple. But on the spectrum of more diverse and much better performing, we have Minecraft, which has like lots of hours of human effort. And also we use FractalDB, which is the previous state-of-the-art of methods that don't use, that just use like a simple program that generates images. And this is the performance. The next model we consider, it's one that we actually don't propose it like as a general model, but we propose it for this type of training, which is deadlifts, which basically consists on sampling shapes and colors and sizes and putting these shapes on a canvas. So it produces images as the ones you see here. And we do this until all the canvas is completely fit. With this, we get a performance that's better than the simpler graphics programs, but still it's worse than Minecraft. And we see that more complex things lead to better performance. The second model we test is statistical image models. So if you've done like a telecommunications engineering here or similar degrees, you'll be familiar with computer vision properties. One of these is that spectra of images follows a 1/f rule. So basically you have, if you take the Fourier transform, you get a spectra like the thing on the middle. So what we can do is simply create spectra with a small program, and then impose it starting with Gaussian noise. And with this, we get the images that you see on the right of the screen, which are much better than just Gaussian noise. Then we can also do a similar thing, but with colors. And for colors, what we do is that real images have like a sparse set of peaks. So we sample the number of peaks between 3 and 20, and then we produce an image by doing histogram matching. And we get images like the ones you see on the right. And finally, we use another model that maybe this is a bit more complex than the two before, but it's called a wavelet marginal model. So basically, if you convolve an image with these 3 filters, and you do this iteratively, what you get is this type of representations that they are mostly zeros. And if you take the histograms of this, the histograms are Laplacian. So the histograms look like the ones you see on the right, and we can generate them by generating our own Laplacian histograms. So with this, what we do is we create a Gaussian image, and we impose the histograms to be Laplacian with the wavelet transform, and we get images like the ones on the right. So finally, combining all the previous things, we get images like the ones you see on the right, which have like 1/f spectra, they have these wavelet marginal models, and they have sparse color histograms. And with these, we had the best performing models, which are the ones you see on the right. That still, they are the best, but they don't outperform Minecraft. So what do we do if we don't have performance and we need to get better performance? We just go to the neural network stack. And in particular, we thought about using two types of methods. The first one being feature visualizations, which consist on optimizing one unit with respect to the input image. And what you see here is if we do it for actually trained networks on ImageNet. But we can do the same with just a random initialized network, and we get images like this, that they are still not as nice as ImageNet, but they still have some nice structures. Like they have blobs and stuff like that that are better than Gaussian noise. And then we can do the same with a network that's been trained on deadlifts, and we get this type of images that are a bit better than the ones we see before. And with this, you get a performance that's better than just like the simpler models, but still they are on par with the more complex models that have both the statistical properties. And finally, we use StyleGAN, which is a generative adversarial network. If you use it as it is by default with the default initialization, you get images like this that are more or less similar to a 1/f spectra. But we can do better if we actually like use, if we change the convolutions by wavelets, as you see here. So what we do to like improve StyleGAN is change the convolutions to wavelets, and then we sample 1/f noise instead of using the default Gaussian noise that people use. And with this, we get the best performance out of the whole spectrum of things that we tried. And with this, our gap is still a bit far away from actually using real images, but it's much better than previous state-of-the-art performance. So as you can see here, the gap still, it's not as good as we would like, but we think that further work will be able to close it. Finally, we test on a diverse set of data sets, and we use this BTAP benchmark, which consists of 3 types of data sets, natural, specialized, and structured tasks. I'm sweating. So in this case, we can see that specialized tasks perform more or less the same as using images, real images. So you can see here that that our methods perform more or less the same that ImageNet. But on the other hand, if we go to the natural tasks, the performance is much worse with our methods, which is kind of expected. And finally, there's structured tasks, which basically perform, all methods perform as bad because these methods have been trained with these invariances that don't capture the things that we care about when doing structured tasks. And finally, we just do a large-scale experiment with ImageNet scale number of samples, less than 50, which is a big network, and using MoCoV2 as a training algorithm. And with that, we still have some gap compared to real images, but this gap is much lower than previous state-of-the-art. And this is the end. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Manel. Yep. So, any questions from the audience?
Thank you for the nice talk. So I was wondering, I mean, you argue for this kind of research because there's so many concerns when using real images, saying copyright and privacy, etc. So I wonder what happens if you go the other way around. So if you take real images and you distort them so much that you get rid of all the concerns, how far do you need to, distort real images and then basically achieve the same goal, if that makes sense?
Sorry. We actually, part of the research started, this style gun experiment started by trying that, so trying to, modify style gun so much that you cannot recover faces, but that you can actually train a model with the output. But still, I think that you will have similar copyright biases, issues, because you will need to, actually prove that you have removed the information, and it's not trivial to actually prove that you've removed all the information. And still, every time that there's an adversarial attack, there's somebody that, there's some research that shows how to do that. There's some adversarial attack that does the opposite, that is able to recover the actual images. So we believe that actually getting rid of the data, it's a good approach to remove all these issues.
I have sorry. I mean, I have just a quick question. So, but for these images, you don't have any labels. So how do you use them to solve an ImageNet problem? Like for
training a model, so you still will need to train something on top of that, and then you will have all these issues. So the idea is that you remove the issues from the pre-trained model, not for the final task, because you just train.
You learn the image features from here,
yeah.
And then the final classifier, you still need labels for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, well, you could do nearest neighbor, but still you would need labels.
So in contrastive learning, you also need kind of the data augmentation function, right? How do your results depend on this data augmentation function, and do you think there could be some search over those as well?
Yeah, in practice, we just use MoCoV2 augmentations. But I think that one advantage of our model is that you have controllable parameters. So you could actually use the parameters to do augmentation. So sample positives based on the generative parameters. But it's a direction that we have not studied yet.
Is there any other question? Okay, Lord. So let's thank the speaker again, and let's move to the following presenter. Next talk is by Víctor Garcia from University of Amsterdam, and he's presenting his work about equivariant normalizing flows.
Thank you for the introduction. I will present this work I did in collaboration with Emil Hugeboom, Fabian Fuchs, Ingmar Posner, and Max Welling. It's a joint contribution with Emil Hugeboom. The work is called EN equivariant normalizing flows, and it is about a generative method for point cloud data, specifically for molecules, which is equivariant to translations and rotations. I will explain later what this equivariant concept means. First, I wanted to introduce a motivation of why molecules. So molecules are one of the main building blocks of most things we know in nature. And now there is this opportunity in the intersection of molecular modeling and deep learning that can bring some key advances in some of the challenges that we may face in the upcoming years. Like, for example, some applications will be in material design that can benefit from the improvement of molecular modeling, like, for example, photovoltaics research, catalysts for green hydrogen, that these are type of applications that can help in the fight against global warming. And then we also have the drug discovery, the drug discovery domain. Maybe this is actually the one where there are more direct applications in the longer term, which is just about, it's more about accelerating the process, accelerating the drug discovery process, which this, I will say, the main problem that we are facing now is that it's a very slow process. Usually from, let's say the expectation, the average is that for each 5,000 drugs that enter into the development, into the clinical development, only one ends up being approved only one ends up being approved and sold as a medicine. And usually, well, let's say that if we can actually generate better quality candidates, we'll be able to reduce this number instead of, for example, needing 5,000 for each one that we can approve. Maybe we will just need 500. This means that the efficiency in the lab and the price, it will be reduced by a big difference, and it will mostly move some of the work that is done in the lab to a simulation into a computer, which is much cheaper, and it can actually accelerate the process a lot. So this will be the motivation why molecule generation can be interesting, at least in the following years. It's still a very raw topic. And okay, so yeah, so now I wanted to introduce the background of equivariance. So I have mentioned the motivation of why molecule modeling and why intersection of deep learning. And then the method that we present, we mention it's equivariant. And then what we mean by this is that we say that a network is equivariant if applying a transformation in its input results in a transformation in its output. This, for example, in convolutional neural networks will be translation equivariant. So it means that if we have an input sample and then we run a convolutional neural network on it and we translate the output, we get the exact same result than if we first translate the input and then we run the convolutional neural network. This has provided a lot of success in computer vision. And as yesterday Joan mentioned, there are different types of symmetries that we can exploit. And one of the symmetries that is getting a lot of attention in the last 2 years is equivariant to translations and rotations in a three-dimensional space. And this is because, well, we can then deal with point clouds and also molecules more efficiently, because it means that by just training the network in a single orientation and position of the molecule, we're automatically generalizing to all other orientations and positions. So usually, well, just to be more like, just to give some notation here, we will usually give X as the position of the atoms and then H as some of the properties of the atoms, like the type of property. It will be a feature vector. And then we would like to remain equivariant to translations and rotations on X, which will be the position of each one of the atoms. So in the last 2 years, recent work have been presented that are equivariant, and here we want to use one in order to build our equivariant and normalizing flow. We actually use one that we presented in ICML this last year, and we chose to use this one. Well, actually, we did this one in parallel to this project because we wanted a model that was more efficient than the existing ones, because generative methods can be quite expensive, and then this model was very suitable for to integrate it into a generative method. So this is the one that we're using. And then the idea is that, well, we have a function that's equivariant. We're using this model from this previous work. And then we want to build a generative method out of this function. So we do it in the following way. We have this function that it's symmetric and it maps from molecules to a Gaussian distribution that we have here as like molecules will be XH, given a sample. And then we will have this mapping to an embedding space Z. So the idea is that then we can sample in this Gaussian distribution and then compute the inverse of this function if we assume this is invertible, and then obtain a sampled molecule. So this will be let's say the overall idea, but now we have to train this function, we have to learn this function. We can do this with a normalizing flow. Normalizing flow, it just follows this following equation, which is that the likelihood of a sample in our data set, P of XH, equals to the determinant of the Jacobian of F, multiplied by the likelihood of its mapping in embedding space Z. And actually, the likelihood in Z, we can just choose an arbitrary distribution, parameterized distribution, as for example, Gaussian. So by this definition, by just maximizing the likelihood P of XH, we can just train this model. And And we mentioned, well, we're interested in equivariance or invariance. In particular, in this case, we want the likelihood to be invariant, which it means that the likelihood of a sample doesn't change if we rotate or translate a molecule, so which will make sense in the nature of like a molecule existing well, the probability of a molecule existing doesn't change depending on the position in which we are observing it. So this is, well, why this is like a useful inductive bias in this method. And in order to make this function invariant, we also want the other side of the equation to be invariant. If we use a Gaussian distribution, it's already invariant by definition to rotations. And then we can achieve invariance in the determinant of the Jacobian that we compute directly from F if we choose F to be equivariant. And then we will do this by choosing the EG and N from this previous work. There is only one constraint here, one limitation, and is that if we want, well, we mentioned we want this function f to be invertible, and the EG and N is not invertible by definition, so then we have to like make some tricks to make it invertible. And yeah, maybe this equation may seem a little tricky, but it's an ordinary differential equation that what it is doing is that, well, maybe with this diagram it's a little easier. So what we are doing is that mapping from the input to the output of the function with infinitesimal steps. So we have this phi function that acts as that we can integrate over this ordinary differential equation, and then the idea is that we just do these infinitesimal steps from the input to the output, and these infinitesimal steps are summed to the current state. So to compute the inverse is very easy. We just subtract these infinitesimal steps the other way around from the output to the input. Maybe this we can just like take it like it's the trick we are using to make the function invertible. And then the only constraint we need into the EG and N is that it needs to be differentiable. And actually the EG and Lipschitz continues up to some constraint, but actually the EG and N is differentiable. So we can just like use this ordinary differential equation as the function that then we can compute the inverse in order to generate molecules. So then we will have this pipeline. We maximize the log of the P of XH at training time. There is still one thing that we have to deal with, and it's that the atom properties are discrete, and these flows work for continuous data. So the only thing we do here is just a trick that we dequantize the atom types. We leave them to continuous space, and then we just can include them into the flow. This will be the training objective. In order to sample from it, we just go the other way around. We can just sample from a Gaussian distribution. We can compute the inverse, and then we can quantize it into the molecule. In the bottom, we see a visualization of it from Gaussian to the generated molecule. Okay, so this will be here. It's an animation of how the generative process works. So first, we have this Gaussian distribution, and then the network maps it from the sampled distribution to the molecule, and then we show that if we rotate it, and then we do inference back to the embedding, to the noise, we can rotate it back, and then we get the original shape. This is because of the equivariance of the network. So that's why we can do this loop of rotating and just applying the function, computing the inverse, and rotating it back. And this is the inductive bias that makes that by just learning it into a single position, we're generalizing to any orientation and position of this molecule. So we compare this model to different baselines. Some of them is like the same model without equivariance, and other baselines are previous equivariant flows that were more simple. This is the estimation of, well, this is the likelihood, and then we use it in this plot only for positional data because some of the previous equivariant methods, they were not working with atom types, only with the positional data, so this is why in this experiment we only work with positional data to compare it to previous equivariant methods, and we see that the two first equivariant methods that were a little bit more simple don't perform so well. Then we have three methods that are non-equivariant. Actually, the dark line is exactly the same than the equivariance, but removing the equivariance aspect, and then we see that when using the equivariant normalizing flow, we can outperform the other ones in terms of negative log likelihood. And here, maybe some results that are easier to interpret is we actually generate molecules, and then we measure the atom and molecule stability. We say an atom is stable when its valence matches the number of bonds, and then we see that the equivariant normalizing flow has higher atom stability than the methods that are not including equivariance. And also the molecule stability, the gap between one of the other is significant. And well, we also see that the molecular stability is quite low for all methods. This is because just a very small shift in a single atom of a molecule results in the whole molecule being unstable. We define the molecule as stable if all its atoms are stable. But yeah, let's say the outcome is that in the end, the equivariance really helps to learn these networks. And then, so the conclusions and maybe limitations of the model is that, well, conclusion, we show that equivariance help in molecule generation. And the limitations is that this ordinary differential equation that we're using is very slow. So this limits the scalability in terms of size of the molecules or also in terms of size of the network of our method. Right now, we're actually in the future work. We're actually working in a method that we don't require this ordinary differential equation. And then we are being able to scale it to larger molecules, and also it translates to better performance. And additionally, as we mentioned, we're interested in conditional generation in order to generate molecules from properties. This is also something we are working in the next project. In this previous one, was only molecule generation without conditioning to properties we may be interested for a given drug or a given application. Okay, so yeah, that was all. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Victor. So, any question from the audience? No questions? Yeah, there.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I don't really know much about this, and that's why I'm asking you that. But why would you use normalizing flows instead of a non-invertible function?
Sorry, yeah, that's actually a good question. Because it was, well, let's say there are alternatives to normalizing flows, but there are also some generative methods that will not work. And the idea is that we wanted to keep these equivariance into the model. We wanted the model to be equivariance, and then this implies some constraints. So for example, there are some type of normalizing flows that are much quicker to learn, but then it was not possible to remain equivariant because they just mix the features one with another. So maybe that would be the reason why we chose this like a normalizing flow, because it's very easy to build a generative method while keeping this equivariance property. This doesn't mean that there are other ways to do it. Maybe this was just like the first way that there were already some works doing it this way, so we were like building in top of literature, but now that we are extending it further, we are actually finding better ways. But not any method can be used and still preserving equivariance.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you. So apologies if the question is not too good. It's not my field, but I'm just curious. So when you sample from your Gaussian distribution and then you end up having molecules, so what representation do you use there? Because if it's a graph, you need to decide like connectivity between the different graphs. So in the animation, the connectivity seems to go on and off. So I wonder what representation do you use through the pipeline?
Yes, so actually, it's also a very good question. We are actually using just a point cloud. And then let's say all the nodes are connected in terms of message passing. So all nodes are sending messages to all other nodes. We could choose to limit that just to make it more scalable, but that's the way we're doing it. And then in terms of the edges that you saw in the animation, they are actually deterministically defined given the relative distances and the atom types of the molecule. So actually, you expect, for example, the hydrogen and carbon atoms to be at a given distance when there is a bond there. So we can just define the edge given this distance, but that's, let's say, post-processing. This is not in the model. The model is just dealing with point cloud data, yes, and then sending messages among all the nodes, like in a fully connected graph.
Let's thank the speaker again. Let's move to the following talk. This will be given by José Álvarez from NVIDIA, and the title is Deep Learning at Scale.
Hello. Oh. Okay, should I repeat? What I'm going to do is just present some of the work that we are doing at NVIDIA in the context of scaling deep learning for autonomous driving. If we think of a perception pipeline, this is probably what we all have in mind, right? We go out there, we collect data, we store the data, we select what we need to label, we generate a data set, and we use that data set to train our models that we're going to deploy, and hopefully we're going to drive autonomously. If we think of this at the scale to generate safety critical systems, we have a few challenges that we need to deal with. In particular, in the data labeling pipeline, we need to keep in mind that we don't only have one car. What we actually have is a fleet of cars that are collecting data continuously. So the amount of data that we receive is extremely large. So we're going to need to select some of that data, and we will be only able to store some of that data. And from that data, a subset is the one that we're going to be able to label. And labeling is extremely expensive, right? The problem here, and the reason why this doesn't scale, is that this involves a lot of human labor. Keep in mind that at the moment, we need to manually select what are we going to acquire, where are we going to get data, and then what are we going to label? What are the data that actually makes our network learn better? And that's, at the moment, is most of it is done manually, right? So in order to scale this up, what we need to do is we need to automate the labeling process, but also we need to start working on high-performance deep learning. And the reason is because if we truly automate the data labeling, we're going to generate a large amount of data, and we need algorithms, and we need infrastructure that is able to consume that data, right? In the automation process, one key component is what data do we label? Keep in mind that these days, labeling is one of the major bottlenecks, and it's very, very expensive. So I encourage you to check some work that we presented at ICCB on efficient active learning to select data. And the key of this algorithm is that you can compute uncertainty, so you can understand, or you can have a measure of how informative each data point is for a network with a single forward pass of a single model. That means that we could deploy this on the car, and on the edge, we could reduce the amount of data that we send to this storage, and then we could also reduce the amount of be more efficient in understanding what data do we need to label. Now, imagine that we have all the data that we need, as much as we can. We have collected the right amount of data. We have generated the perfect data set. How do we train the model? So this goes on the high-performance deep learning, and in my opinion, there are four main components that we need to take care of. First, we need to understand what is the right architecture that we need to have to learn from that data. And probably we're going to have to compress that DNN, that architecture, in order to be able to deploy that in the car and make real-time processes. We also will have to work on how do we deal with the imbalance of the training set. It's probable, at least in the context of autonomous driving, that we have a long-tail distribution for learning, right? So we need to deal with that unbalanced set. So we need to understand, we need to generate new learning approaches that can deal with that. And last but not least, ideally we would like to automate the hyperparameter search. How do we set all the parameters of these algorithms? And if we can do that automatically, that will save us a lot of money. It's interesting that in the academia, there has been not much, people has not paid much attention to how much it costs to train a model, at least in some places. But recently, if you check this web, MosaicML, it's interesting that you can find how much money does it cost to train each of the models that you have available today. So it's important that you keep this in mind, because in the end, when you're trying to deploy an application or whatsoever, every dollar counts, right? Every euro counts. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to present the two works that we have very quickly, the two works that we have at NeurIPS. And the first one focuses on how can we train the model better. And in particular, we have focused on distillation. The idea here is that if we have enough data, training a large model is going to be much easier than training a compact model that you can actually deploy. So the challenge will be how to transfer the knowledge from a large model to the compact model that you want to deploy. And this can be done through knowledge distillation. Basically, the idea is that you can train the student, the compact model, at the same time that, or using the ground truth, and at the same time the output of the teacher network. And the idea is that the teacher is going to guide the student in order to find a better solution. That without the teacher, the student would not be able, the compact model will not be able to find. Common approaches for this usually focus on teacher and student, large and small model, tackling the same computer vision task, either classification, object detection, segmentation, whatsoever, right? And that also means that the architectures between the teacher and the student are usually the same or very similar in order to transfer the knowledge in a better model, in a better manner. Sometimes the problem here is that sometimes finding a teacher that is much better than the student is not that feasible, right? So what we have proposed is, what if we have a student and a teacher that do not tackle the same task? And in particular, we focused on a teacher that does classification, where we know how to do classification. We can generate extremely large models that do very well at classification, and then the model that we want to deploy is an object detector. So what we propose is, assuming that the object detector has two heads, the classification and the localization head, what we can do is directly on the classification head, directly distill from the classifier, right? But also on the localization, what we can do is assume that if the prediction of the model, the student model, is exactly aligned with the ground truth, the features generated by the classifier, by the teacher, should be the same. And as the localization departs from the ideal solution, the features will also depart from there. So we can use that to better guide the learning process. With this, what we have found that actually this works well and also generalizes through pairs of teacher-student architectures. And also important, compared to standard object distillation methods, what we found is that by itself, it does not perform better than other specific methods for object detection. However, when we combine our approach with existing methods, we in the end boost the accuracy, which is what really matters, right? The second work that I want to talk about is how to work on efficient architectures. And in particular, in this case, we're going to focus on visual transformers for semantic segmentation. And in our case, is a typical encoder-decoder architecture. And what we have proposed is an encoder that has two main properties. The first is that we use a pyramid structure encoder that basically what we try to do is extract features at different levels and combine them so the encoder can understand the low-level details and also the context very well, right? And the second is that we propose to remove the positional encoder. So our encoder does not have the positional encoding. On the decoder side, we want to use an extremely lightweight all-MLP decoder. As you can see here, our approach with different sizes of the backbone is much better in the trade-off between number of parameters and accuracy, and also in the latency of the network. What we see here is a detail of the structured pyramid encoder, where we try to understand the receptive field of the encoder. In the bottom row is our approach and the different stages and how the receptive field of the different stages is. And towards in the last column, we see the aggregation of them. As you can see, compared to the first row, the contextual information is better aggregated. And our hypothesis is that with this aggregation, the learning process is much better. Here we have some qualitative results for our approach compared to Deep Lab, which at the day of the submission was the state of the art. And some quantitative results, you can find them on the paper. The last thing I want to talk about here is that what we did is we also tried the robustness of our model to zero-shot noise. The idea here is that if you think of deploying one of these models in the car, it cannot fail when the camera with the image, there's some noise that you have not seen during training, right? So we want to test how robust our model is. And in particular, we consider all these standard perturbations. And there are quantitative results on the paper, but I want to show you here some qualitative results compared to the state of the art back in the days, right? As you can see here on the top, you will see some different perturbations in terms of Gaussian noise, blurring, or some others, and how that affects or not in the bottom, or method and the state of the art. Yep. So, thank you.
Any question from the audience?
Hi, nice work. I'm curious about that segmentation transformer in terms of mean accuracy over union, the metric of segmentation. How is better in Deep Lab or in your transformer? Because I saw that you use the CTSK dataset. And I wonder in terms of which one is the best metric using your transformer or the Deep Lab?
So at least in the trade-off, this is the AD20K, and I think the trade-off is better or approach is better.
Okay.
And I think you have numbers. The complete set of numbers is in the paper. I don't remember for some escapes.
I will check it out. And in terms of training time, is different. It's so much different because the lab training is taking a while. So
I don't know the details,
okay.
But I think it's not that large. I don't know. I mean, given the iteration time that we were having, I don't think it's very, very large. But I'm not sure.
Okay, I will check it out.
Sure.
Thank
The
you.
code is online, so you can also try yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
First of all, congratulations for your work. I'm also curious about the semantic segmentation pipeline which you propose. The first question is regarding the positional encoding free. So did you provide some ablation, like how you made the positional encoding free like module? And also, for example, you had also some object detection pipelines with DTR on. So how is this transformer pipeline for semantic segmentation is different from the object detection? If you could like highlight a bit on that.
That's actually a good question. So yeah, we do have ablation studies in the paper, so you please check them. And I'm saying this was an interesting question because the reviewers were really harsh on us with this. So I think most of the things that we introduced here could be also applied for object detection, but we did not, right? So I think it's applicable and should be done, and that's fine. But we did not, lack of time and lack of bandwidth, right, for that. But I think definitely the positional, removing the positional encoder, that's totally doable for object detection.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting.
Perfect. Let's thank the speaker again. Let's move to the last talk. It will be done by Ferran Alet from MIT, and the title is Learning to Encode and Discover Inductive Biases.
Awesome. So this is a presentation about two papers. The first one is about kind of encoding inductive biases, a general method for doing that, and then building on top of this method, how do we discover useful inductive biases. So in machine learning, we know there is no generalization without making assumptions, and we usually call these inductive biases. So let's take as an example, we have a planetary system with the positions and velocities of different planets, and we want to predict what's the next position and velocity of those planets. Maybe we know that energy and momentum are conserved, so maybe we want to encode that. How would we go about this? So one option is to think for a while, then code and debug for a while, and eventually we come up with this Hamiltonian neural networks paper, which is very cool actually, and conserves energy. It's an architectural neural network that conserves energy but not momentum. So maybe let's take a step back and think about what's a general way to encode this type of inductive biases. So auxiliary losses is a very well-known and very effective paradigm for encoding inductive biases. The key idea here is that we have our task loss, which is the target minus the prediction squared, and then we add this auxiliary loss that encourages some behavior on the model. So in this case, for instance, we could penalize predictions that make energy not conserve or momentum not conserve. And then we are training with this proxy task loss. So some pros about auxiliary losses are the fact that they are very easy to think and implement because you literally just ask for what you want and add it to the training loss. And it's a very general paradigm because anything that can be described as a differentiable loss function, you can just put it in PyTorch or JAX or whatever, and it will work. However, they have two big cons. The first one is that they have a generalization gap. So basically, in machine learning, we always train on the training set, but that doesn't mean that we're going to do well on the test set. So in this case, same here. We train for energy to be conserved, but that does not mean that we are going to be conserving energy for test samples. And then we have a second issue, which is we really don't care about energy conservation. Our goal is to make good predictions. And energy conservation is just something that should help us make good predictions. However, we are not training for energy conservation. We are training for this proxy loss, and then we are kind of having two terms compete. So can we solve these issues to have a good method for encoding inductive biases? And that's what we do in the first work. The key idea is that many auxiliary losses are actually unsupervised. So what do we mean by that? Well, if you think about it, we don't need the target to check that our prediction conserves energy. We just compare the energy of the input with the energy of our prediction. If these two match, then we know we're conserving energy. So we can actually enforce energy conservation inside our prediction function. We first try it, see if it conserves energy, and if not, we enforce energy conservation. And therefore, we can do this at training time, but we can also do this at test time. That means we are able to conserve energy now at test time as well. And the second intuition, which I'll delve more in later, is the fact that we actually have a meta-learning objective where we train the unsupervised loss to go down only insofar as it helps the supervised loss we care about. So we will have a meta-learning objective. You will see where the outer layer only cares about the task we care about. Okay, so let's look at an example of this planets example in more detail. We have a simplified in general, in our experiments are 5 planets, but here let's take the sun and the earth. And we have the fact we can compute the energy for this planet and for the target, but we don't see the target, right? We now have a neural network that is going to make some prediction. So it makes a prediction, and in general, it's going to make some error, right? It's going to make a small mistake, and as part of this mistake, it will also not conserve energy. And we can compute this Taylor loss and say, oh, the energy is slightly different, and we can backpropagate this energy difference loss back and improve the network, and we have not seen the target yet. Now, this final propagation is going to affect the final prediction, which is going to hopefully make the final prediction closer to the target, which we never saw. So we can look at this graphically and see, as we do this tailoring process, as we take more and more inner gradient steps, but unsupervised gradient steps, how does performance go? Well, if we are minimizing the physics loss function, first, inductive learning is just classic machine learning, so 99% of machine learning is just inductive learning in the supervised setting, and doesn't do tailoring, so it's x equals 0. But now we can start from this inductive learning, and we take the same model, and at test time, we can do 1 step or 2 steps or 3 steps of tailoring. And we can see that, of course, we're going to improve physics loss and make it go down. And we can also, as we improve the physics loss, the prediction also goes down. Now we can visualize both curves going down at the same time. On the plot on the right, inductive learning is still a single point, and now we can see that basically as we minimize the physics loss, if this loss is useful, it also improves the prediction loss. And in particular, without any additional training, just by improving the prediction function, we can improve by 7.5%. One alternative we could have done is instead of training the parameters of the model, we could have trained the output directly without knowing where it comes from. But here, the improvement is very minor, because the idea is that the parameters actually capture the geometry of the task we care about. Another idea from the out-of-distribution literature is training on the entire test batch, but we can see that this does not allow us to tailor as effectively. And finally, we have meta-tailoring, which is the idea that if we are going to do this unsupervised adaptation at test time, well, we should always train as we test. So if we have this unsupervised adaptation inside our prediction function, we should also train with this unsupervised adaptation function during training as well. And we can see that this not only starts from a better point, but also goes down much faster and achieves much, much better performance than the other methods. Not only that, but this meta-learning-like objective is coupling the unsupervised loss with the supervised loss. So whereas both tailoring and test time training overfit, and they essentially go down, and then they slightly overfit and go up, you can see that the blue curve decays monotonically. So how do we implement this? The idea is that meta-tailoring and meta-learning are very related, so we translate MAML from meta-learning to meta-tailoring, but we are still in the classic single task setting. So here you have vanilla gradient descent, you've all seen this, and we only add 2 lines of code, which basically creates specialized tailored weights for each input by just taking 1 or more gradient descent steps with an unsupervised loss. And then we use, on the final line, instead of theta, we use theta sub x sub I, these tailored weights. The relation with meta-learning is that we have, in meta-learning, we have one loss but different points. In meta-tailoring, we have 1 point but different losses, the unsupervised loss and the supervised loss. In practice, this mammoth algorithm cannot be parallelized efficiently, so we invented our own meta-learning algorithm that can be parallelized, but I'm not going to go in detail on this. So this is a very general method. So in addition to this physics example, we also applied it to adversarial examples, improving defenses. So the idea is that in adversarial examples, you usually do one of two things. Usually you either do adversarial training, which is basically you train to be robust, but here you have a generalization gap for robustness, so you have issues. The other idea is you create an architecture that is smooth by construction. But this smoothness everywhere is actually it limits capacity extremely. Our idea is that we can use meta-tailoring so that when we get the input, we enforce smoothness just in the region of the input, and because it's there is where we care about, now we can make the model smooth on that region. And this allows us to improve standard in certified robustness between 5 and 20% in CFAR and ImageNet. Similarly, very quickly, we can also improve contrastive learning. The idea, it's been explained before, contrastive learning, we take different augmentations, and then we train a linear predictor on top of this representation. In contrast to regular contrastive learning, we also apply contrastive learning at test time. And the idea is we have never seen this cat at test time before, but we can learn a bit about this cat before making a prediction and trying to predict is it a cat or a dog. So we take this image, we learn a bit about it. Now the encoder is kind of specialized to this particular image, and then we make the final prediction. With this, we can be two times more data efficient than base sim clear. So now we can also discover useful inductive biases. That's the second paper. The idea is that, for example, the work that Victor was describing before, many useful inductive biases are symmetry-based. So we have translation invariance, permutation, or retrotranslation equivariance. But some of them are very difficult to encode, and maybe we can use meta-learning to discover some of them. In particular, we take inspiration from Noether's theorem. The intuition is that symmetries are actually hard to discover because they say, if we were to kind of perturb the data in some way, then this or that would happen. But we don't have access to this perturbed data. So these are kind of hard to learn and quantify. But Noether's theorem basically says, loosely talking, that any continuous symmetry has a corresponding conservation law when we're talking about dynamical systems. So the idea, for instance, is that time invariance has energy conservation. And there's many other examples on this. And conservations are actually very easy to quantify. We can look at the time series and check, is this quantity conserved or not conserved? So they're very easy to learn. So let's use conservation laws as inductive bias, for instance. So if we take the same example we were talking before, now we have a sequence of data, not just one prediction, but many. We can now compute the Noether embeddings. Before we knew the formula of the energy. Now we're trying to discover the formula of the energy, and we encode it as a neural network. And now we say, okay, we want these neural embeddings G to be conserved so that all the embeddings are equal to the original embedding. And now we will have this big tailoring loss that essentially enforces the conservation of the embedding G. And we basically just can backpropagate. And this is going to tailor the vanilla model F. And we use that to make the final predictions. And essentially here you can see that the model G is going to have an effect on the final prediction because it's going to modify the model F in the inner loop. And that gives us the final loss. Okay, so here I explained it for when the embedding G is a neural network, but we can also think about it. We could also describe it, for instance, as a program. And here we would, for instance, search over programs, over symbolic formulas that could describe, for instance, energy. And we could say, okay, our input variables to this program could be position and velocity. Operations could be squaring, dividing, multiplying, or adding. And then we could have trainable parameters to describe, for instance, physical constants. And we basically, in some experiments, we are able to discover the energy function of a pendulum and a spring, and essentially match the performance of vanilla tailoring that knows the energy of the function. So we can discover the inductive bias. also in a real DC++ system, tailoring does not can also softly encourage these conservation laws, and we essentially show that we can recover the formula of the energy and perform better than methods that fully impose these conservation laws. And we can also discover useful inductive biases in pixel-based data. And here, another embedding is a convolutional neural network. And you can see that it improves performance by essentially enforcing some conservations that are going to make predictions both more accurate and sharper. So we can investigate what these conservations are looking like. And here we are taking the PCA, and 84% of the variance or the importance is captured in this first dimension here, that you can see is tracking the object and to enforce momentum and related properties. Okay, so final message. So the key takeaway of this presentation is that adaptation is useful in also even when the test data comes from the same distribution as the training data. So you all know supervised fine-tuning, where we take ImageNet and then we fine-tune on other categories with a smaller data set. There is also the idea of unsupervised adaptation, where if your data that you're adapting to is unsupervised, you can still use that. And in our case, we recover an insight by Vabnik in the 90s that essentially says that you should exploit the particular point you're making predictions for. And this was not very useful before, but now that we have very large and very diverse data distributions, it's increasingly relevant. And we essentially make the paradigm of transductive learning very efficient for modern deep learning. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. If you want to know more about the papers, please visit light-et-al.com. Thanks.
We have time for one question. Is there any question from the audience?
Hi, thank you. In the meta learning training case, where the loss starts directly at a lower point, can you explain why? And is it like, how does it compare to directly training with the regularization loss?
So actually, we are building. So all the models actually have we do hyperparameter tuning on the best you can do with the auxiliary losses. So without any meta tailoring case, so that's kind of the strongest we can do. And then on top of that, we compare against vanilla meta-tailoring. So the baselines are as strong as they can be. And so the question is, how come they start from a lower point? And that's a very interesting question that actually we're building on these ideas right now. And the idea is that meta-tailoring is a better way to encode inductive bias, and that's true at test time, but it's also true at training time. So when the network is imperfect during training, right, it starts random. Meta-tailoring kind of is giving the inductive bias from the very beginning much better than an auxiliary loss is doing, because the training samples, when the network is not trained, resemble test samples. And the idea is essentially this, that the inductive bias is also being applied while the network is training, and therefore the start is also better.
Thanks. Let's thank the speaker again.
Okay, so we are almost done. This is the closing of the Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium. And first, I would like to thank our sponsors, MICCAI, Glovo, CBC, Walkie Health, UPC Telecos, and UPC for their support. This edition, because of all this COVID pandemic context, has been especially challenging with many twists in the plot last minute. And it has been great to have their support, which has given a lot of confidence to anything that we did. So thanks a lot for your support. This edition of the Deep Learning Barcelona Symposium has been organized by the people you can see on screen. As you can see, it's a diverse, or we try to make it as diverse as possible in terms of backgrounds of institutions, academic, industry, gender. We do our best. That's in part of the spirit of the symposium. We do our best that all the sessions and all the posters are as plural as possible, and we think that that's the right way. We are very happy how the symposium evolved this year, and we'll probably stick to this principle in the future. Also, I would like to thank, probably you didn't see them working, but I've been working with them during the last 2 days. To Nuria and Alfred, who are up there, so maybe you can, they are saying, waving to you. Maybe I only see them, but thank you very much. It's been awesome, so please a big applause for them. So I think that everything was perfect. In addition, they made it possible that many people that could not attend because of they were contacts to COVID or they were COVID positive, they had the chance to follow it in streaming on YouTube. And for the first time, we actually streamed the whole event worldwide. I have no idea if anybody watches beyond Barcelona, but it's already there for you to revisit whenever you want. If you want to watch Ferran Alet talk again, it's already there. You can just go there and play it again, and all the talks. So it has been. So you see that the production is amazing. But you were here, you didn't see it. But when you go to the YouTube, you see that the production was super professional and it looks really, really good. So it's hopefully useful for everybody. Also for the presenters, for themselves to put in your CVs, websites, whatever. I hope that helps you as well. So beyond the sponsors, there are here many people who have been helping, maybe a little bit more anonymous, which are the volunteers. And I asked Andrea, yeah, she's over there. Can you stand up, Andrea? Over there. She was been helping me, leading the volunteers. And all the volunteers, can you stand up, please? All the volunteers, you are the volunteer. I don't know how many volunteers. You don't need to wear a T-shirt. And you were a volunteer, so thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And also, Andrea has been helping a lot on the organization, okay? One of the tasks of volunteers was to distribute all the T-shirts, badges, and lanyards. So these lanyards, if you're going to use them, you can keep them, but show them with pride wherever you go, okay? If you think that you're not going to use them, there's a box outdoors. Put it there, and next year, maybe you can re-meet with your lanyard, okay? Because we're going to reuse them. So just put it on the box when you leave, okay? Also, there are still some badges, stickers, T-shirts, not many T-shirts, but everything must go, okay? So when you leave, no agglomerations, no running, okay? But if there's any badge or anything you feel that somebody will like to have, just bring some and take some more. And of course, wear your T-shirts with pride in the next year. Do some exercise. It's really good to compensate for the long hours in front of the computer. Okay, I think that this event, the way I see it, it's a bottom-up event. I mean, we are the ones doing the research, and we are the ones organizing it. And we've had support from people, but it's really on the roots. And I think that's the nice spirit of the event. I also think that this year was especially good for networking, at least from my perspective. The mentorship sessions were awesome, and I think hopefully all of you have met new people that they might really influence definitely your life in the future here. So if that happens, it only happens that for one person, that's already going to be worthy. And we encourage you to keep building up this human tower that we are building in the deep learning sector wall here in Barcelona area. Okay, just to conclude, I'll kind of finish with something that really touched me yesterday. Something that Alberto Moraola told me yesterday. So he was the chair of the first session. And he told me that I'm the grandma, so the granny, so I'm this lady over here, okay, that I bring everybody together for Christmas time, okay, and I think it's very nice. Of course, first say grandma, really old, but okay, I think that's, I like it. And you know what grandmas do in Christmas, or some grandmas do in Christmas, is they organize these wonderful meals. You have already had many meals, but in Christmas, the last part are the turrons and the cava, which is the next and final session. So the next and final session is the turrons and cava session that we already had in the first edition. So today we recover it. And okay, there's something I must tell you now, which is that all this symposium, it's a fake, okay? We are not interested on deep learning at all. It's just, so I didn't organize anything. Everything was actually organized by Dr. Surda, okay? So Dr. Surda is waiting for you outside, okay? So this formula he holds in his hand, okay? So he put a little bit of this formula on all the coffees, on all the juice, sandwiches that you were eating, and now he put some more in the turrons out there and the cava. So you should go there and take like the final portion of it, and he will be playing some music, and you will feel that a lot of joy. Maybe you want to dance. Just go ahead, let yourself go, because probably you will not dance for a long time. Tonight it's over, no more dancing for a while. So now it's still legal, you can still do it, and I encourage you to do it, okay? So thank you a lot, and see you out there.